This broadcast from IOF TV is brought to you by Commentators and Lumonite.
Hello from Czechia and World Cup round 2. We have swapped the streets of Česká Lípa for the sandstone forests. Very, very similar to those we saw in the World Orienteering Championships a couple of years ago, and the terrain today is certainly going to be spectacular for the two middle distance races that we've got to show to you. We will see a lot of climbing on today's courses around those spectacular sandstone rock features, finishing of course in this quite small compact arena just on the edge of the forest. If you look out in towards the woods, towards the trees, it really hides the quite incredible terrain that we have out there and the amazing challenge that all the men and women are going to be facing. We've had about kind of 40 or 50 finishers so far in towards this arena, and we're going to be bringing you the kind of the top runners of both the women's first and then the men's race as well. This gives you a little idea of just what it is like in amongst those trees with some of those sandstone features as well. And the weather is pretty rainy. Well, it's not, it could be a lot heavier, I think, actually, to be honest, but it's certainly going to make the forest a little bit wet, and some of those really steep descents and steep climbs going to certainly get trickier, I think, for the later runners as well. But you can see that just the amount of height difference you have in the terrain as the drone zooms around all of these trees. You can see there are kind of controls hidden here, there and everywhere, and it's a very compact area today with a lot of the controls close together. They do have a map flip, which means that you can have those controls going pretty close. And those are the details then for the women's race, the 4.2 kilometers. We have an estimated winning time of about 35 minutes. And I think it's only really going to be until we see the last kind of 10 runners come into the finish that we're going to start to get anywhere near that winning time. It's going to be really, really tough out there. The climb, as you note, 270 meters. And let's have a look then at the details and what they're going to be facing.
And the start is just outside the arena. It's a good thing to have it outside the arena because there's going to be enough climbing for the runners anyway. A short control, maybe not the most typical control for this sandstone terrain. It's more of a continental problem there. Then you heading into the sandstone area at control 2. Kind of a route choice to control 3. How far should you go down? How much should you cut the green area? A few short controls to control 6, where we have the first TV control. Then we enter this slope in the south direction for the first time. This slope here, it's really nice to run. It's as if someone has been vacuum cleaning there. It's really good runnability in this slope, but it's steep and you have to find the animal tracks. Then we have the map flip, as you mentioned, at control 10, and again at control 14 into this slope. And here it's really all about getting the features right and playing with the height. How much should you climb? How much should you fall to the next control? Control 15, 16. actually not much of a route choice, but if you're very tired, you're very eager to avoid the climbing, you shouldn't do that. You should go right over the hill there. Then towards the arena, a kind of a change in terrain again from control 16. Not that much this hill and sandstone problem. Of course, control 18 again the control, but otherwise it's quite good runnability, and the route choice to number 19 again. You can see here it's a few of the typical problems you can face here today. Should you run on the top, try to avoid the climbing or running in the slope. As you see, the blue one just on the top there, south of control 2, it's quite dense and green though. But here get a glimpse of the runnability. Often the green areas actually are not that bad. Here you can see how nice it is in the terrain. There's really, I mean, the runnability, it's just a dream. If it wouldn't be that steep, then it would be perfect to run it. But here, we were out in the forest, and I'm kind of afraid of heights, which is not the best thing to be here. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but it's sometimes you really are just on the top of a cliff and you think, how should I get down here to punch that control? That's very typical. I mean, you have to, I think it's going to be a lot of slope running, and you have to be fighting all the way, because the problem, in my opinion, is often not the running in the slope itself. It's the last meters to the control that really, I mean, they really kill you. It's always like the last meters you have to be, because like you have to stay below the cliffs. You have to climb a lot on the last meters towards the control, or then you go to the control and you fall down, but then you have to exit the control and climb again this 20 meters, and you have to do that at every single control. And it's really about fighting in this terrain, never give up, like have the right mentality to go and be quick today. Here, that's the problem I was talking about before. There are different options. Actually, there's not a lot of difference in how many meters to climb. Of course, if you go the blue one, as we see in the picture here, you avoid a bit of it, maybe 20 meters, but you have quite much further to go. So I think it's the best thing actually to go straight. But if you're tired, then it's of course, then stop. I even think that you can stay closer to the line if you round the hill there. Just stay below the cliffs, and running in the slope usually is okay. Actually, it doesn't slow you down too much. The green area there in the middle section, it's more a problem of visibility than runnability. It's just a few meters. You can fight through that without any problem. So it's, I think, in my opinion, you could stay closer to the line there as well.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll see lots of different route choices as this race progresses. Particularly, it'll be interesting to see how they solve some of those route choices in and amongst the sandstone cliffs as well. Here's the full start list we are running through then. Of course, we have the kind of what they call the red group. So that's the last 10 starters at the end, and they are randomised within that one. So we've not necessarily got the favourites right at the end, but they will be in the last 10 runners. So as we kind of keep looking further and further down the start list, you want to pick out some people.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to highlight here is that the first starters started actually 8:39, so very early in the morning. But to highlight anyone, I think the first real runners we can think about having. Usually, of course, there can be surprises, but usually from 89 Emma Bjärsmyr, I think we have the big favorites coming. Maybe not the biggest, right, Emma Bjärsmyr for the victory, but for a top 10 for sure. And then in the very end, as you mentioned, or towards the very end, we will have runners like Natalia Kempele, Sara Hagström, Simona Abersold, Andrine Benjaminsen, Marie Olaus, and Tove Alexandersson for sure. So there are many good runners, as you can see here, as usual, towards the end.
And do you expect there to be quite a significant home advantage here today?
Well, since it is very special, there are not many areas like this where you have the sandstone area. I mean, there's some parts in Germany where you can find kind of similar terrains, but otherwise it's very typical for the Czech Republic, and I think that it is an advantage for sure. I mean, if you have been growing up in this kind of terrain, it helps. So that's, maybe we'll see some good performance. You can see that Karlova in the finish as the leader right now has actually quite a good time.
Yeah, her time is 42:38, and that was when she finished, the times from when she finished, but she's currently 49 seconds ahead of Lucie Latasse from France, as you can see there. So already some quite big gaps, but when we expect to get a winning time of 35 minutes, it's going to come down a lot, of course.
But I mean, in the end, when you asked about the advantage, I think still we will have, I mean, it's so physical, so I think it's still between Alexanderson and Abersold. But then, I mean, maybe something for Janusikova as well, as a runner on home soil, and with the shape she has been showing in the sprint relay. Will be interesting to see how she can adapt that to the forest.
Yeah, and of course, you know, there won't have been loads and loads of preparations for this race coming so close after the World Championships, but so many of these runners are just going to delve back into their memories and all the preparations they did for the World Championships 2 years ago. Yeah,
I mean, it was just a few kilometers from here, very similar kind of terrain, of course, but it's 2 years ago, so it's not that you have this routine, like everything is going on its own when you come to the routines, how you behave at the control, how you plan the routes and everything. But maybe if you have some good memories and yeah, it helps, of course, that you have spent it and learned it. But I don't know if it's like cycling. Once you learned it, you will always be able to do it. I don't think it's that easy.
But then you do have, you know, the preparations for those World Championships. So many people did a lot of uphill running and descending as well. So surely that's going to really benefit them for moving from Switzerland here to Czechia.
Yeah, but I mean, if you compare the two terrains, of course, it has been the similarities that there's a lot of climbing here as well. But here it's really high speed. You don't have to slow down so much before the controls. Of course, the very last meters, but it's not that you have to be very careful on the way there. For example, I don't think we'll see many huge mistakes today. Most of the runners will get close to the control, and if they do a mistake, it will be inside the circle. That's what I expect, at least.
So that was a little glimpse then of the route into Control 6. You see passing through that little bit of green, and it's just on the easternmost boulder. It's a very, like the only flat bit of terrain almost.
And I mean, already this here gives you an indication about the runnability. You can see that they're not avoiding the slope. They are staying there. They're moving quite fast, even though, of course, it's a replay. It's always played a bit faster. But yeah, it's good runnability. It's more about the climbing and avoiding the climb, and it's about the micro route choices here. Will you go and take in what angle? It will be very steep if you do everything at once. You will want to slightly climb, but avoiding 5 meters every now and then might be a good thing because it's really tough.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to look more at Anna Karlova's route there that you saw on the GPS tracking and how she was able to avoid some climb as we keep going through today. Hanne Müller, though, on the start line now for Germany. And kind of pretty much there's this flat bit out for the first few meters, then you're almost immediately faced with a climb. In fact, you can kind of see it in the distance there as well. But it's not just the runnability that's good, it's also the visibility is amazing, and especially on that southern slope, you can just look down, and actually, even though you're above some of the rock features, you can totally see where they are.
Yeah, of course, but still you have usually when you get into this cliffy, stony areas, you have so many features there, so you still, yeah, the visibility is good, but you still have to be careful in order to not kind of mess it up and think that one feature is the other one. So, as I said, I don't think they're going to do big mistakes, but it happens very easily that you round the wrong stone or the wrong cliff, and then you have to invest another 5 meters climbing, maybe another 20 meters of distance, and if you add that up at like 2, 3, 4 controls, you lose quite a lot of time.
So Finn here, Mankala, going through to control number 6, and you can see, I'm pretty sure that she went just north out of the control and climbed up the big re-entrant. You can see that Ragnhild Ada went the other way out of control number 5. You can kind of scramble up between 2 cliffs. It's possible to go there, like east directly out of the control. Like you can scramble up, but it is not quick at all.
You can see that Mänkilä already lost a bit on the last meters there in the climb to control 1. Different approaches here. Yeah, I mean you can always feel the experience in the kind of terrain by Karlova, rounding everything, staying perfectly on height.
Yeah, and if you pick up an animal track, then you can just the runability becomes even better.
Yeah. It's like I mean, it's not about really the run. It's that you have this little terrace that makes it much more comfortable to run, and you're not like gliding or sliding out downhill with every step you take. So it makes you faster, definitely.
Yeah, it definitely does. As we see the next runner go out of the start, faced with the course. Again, there is a map flip, so they only have half the course initially. But this is the finish. This is Feja Tisvilska in towards the finish, but running 10 minutes down on that lead of Karlova at the moment, into 16th. But thumbs up from the Ukrainian. So about kind of 52 minutes of running. It's a 4.2 kilometer course. Just shows you how tough it is with long times for the kilometers, but 270 meters of climb. And I'm pretty sure a lot of runners will be doing well more than that as well. And I saw a lot on some of the athletes' social media that they've been out. We had a rest day yesterday. They were out running on the on some kind of similar maps and similar terrain, taking as much opportunity as they can to figure out, remind themselves how to do this style of orienteering, because it's so particular. But Elena Babic is in here now into the finish, another Ukrainian. 5 minutes down on the lead at the moment.
48.06 for Olena.
About 48 minutes. We also have, this is a very quick finish. This is Victoria Marg.
Maybe new best time. Let's see.
Yeah, she's going to be racing for it. Could she beat the Czech here? She had a great result in the sprint race. And going to come into, I think it is a new leading time then for Victoria Marg of Hungary. And she goes into the new lead. Well done.
She is 7 seconds faster.
Let's have a look then how it was done at the end, and we can see that she was ahead of Karlova just at control number 15, and both of them actually going around here, but Marg just dropping earlier on, like maintaining control of that height. That seems to be pretty good. And then cutting a bit straighter down into this control number 18 on the spur. Yeah, and this is interesting as well.
You can see that there are two different options. You can climb right away, or then you can go down and use the path. It seems to be a bit faster to take the path. And here you can see how steep it is. Yeah. And that's what I was talking about. It's so brutal if you have to climb up again after after taking the control, because it's incredibly steep here.
And this is out of control number 5. This is the kind of scrambling, rocky section that I was talking about. You can go back out of the control the same way you came in and go up a re-entrant as well. There's these two different options, but it is like whatever route choice you take. We were seeing some different analysis of different controls. The minimum climb you do is still 20 meters. Whatever way you choose to go, pretty much.
Yeah, and I mean, usually you're able to kind of decide on your own what angle you want to take in the slope. If you want to take it, quite a decent uphill, or if you want to go straight up. And here you have no chance.
Yeah.
You have no choice. You have to go right up.
But Ida Egrid Christiansen is there for into third place. Karlova still leading at that point. And then a longer control then to number 7.
You can see here different approaches to control 2. Karlova staying in the slope, the other 2 going straight there. I think the straight option might get faster and faster with every runner because it's this green area on top that's slowing you down. It seems to be quite okay to go on the top there.
Yeah, you just look down from control 2 to 3. You just look down. There's just a massive drop.
You can also see that Karlova did another exit from control 5, not going in this re-entrant just by the control 5 up to control 6, but the exit like turned around a few steps and rounding the feature.
So this is TV split number 2. This is control number 13. And Celia Gardoni. Or in fact, this might be control 12, and then we go to 13.
Here's Yves van Dongen. It's not. Yeah, it's not like a sprint here, really. No.
Just trying to. There's so many contours around here. You've got to try and figure out. Do you climb back up to the spur? Approach the control from above? Do you go down and then round and back up again? And for once, I think the camera is doing quite a good job of showing it just how steep it is. And sometimes you don't really quite get the picture of what the terrain is like, but you really do here.
Here she comes to control 13.
You can see she knows, yeah, there we go, just seeing it slightly around that corner, and then you can drop, you've really got to drop down into the slope, the next bit, this lovely southern slope. Let's have a look.
You can see slightly different approaches how they handle the control 8 to 9, staying a bit lower or climbing right away from the control. Also same to control 10. Karlova was rounding the whole feature, the whole hill a little bit, the others straight over. I think actually it's okay to go straight there. So here you can see Karlova staying in the slope like every time the others try to get on the top.
Yeah, sometimes you have these like animal tracks below the cliffs, but I think there aren't quite as many as there were at the World Championships, so it's tricky to stay in that slope. Here's Jonas Trümmer, next to start, Austrian. Now we are behind Joe Shepherd. Again, this is towards control number 6. I'm just trying to go through all of the green there. And again, she's about 2.5 minutes down. I think there's quite a group of them around this similar time. Here's the control. And then a bit of a longer control then to number 7. You want to head towards the open section. Let's have a replay then with Joe Shepherd's added route.
So you can see she's going on the Karlova route, but a bit lower, heading towards this track. Wasn't too bad, but kind of stuck there. The big re-entrance. Just losing time on the last meters to the control.
You can see how much slower it is. It's just slightly in the slope as opposed to all the others going all the way up to the track there to 3.
Looks quite good, but kind of a dead out from control 5.
Teresa Smalikova then at the start.
Tell us about your race.
Well, it was really tricky for me. I really enjoyed running among these beautiful sandstone creatures, but I needed some time to check where I am and where I want to go. And I also did some little mistakes, and I also choose some bad routes. But in all, I'm really pleased with my result.
How do you rate the terrain here in Czechia?
Sorry?
What do you think about the terrain in Czechia?
Oh, I really love these terrains because for us in Hungary we don't really have so difficult kind of terrain. So I really enjoy running here.
As a volunteer for Timothy.
So that was Victoria Mag from Hungary, the leader in the finish. 42 minutes and 31 the time for Victoria.
Yep, still a junior, so still getting lots of experience and building that, but it was a good performance from her. This is Ragnhild Ada from Norway.
Yeah.
Just dropping into... Still on the way to the 12th control, I think, before we see her at the 13th.
Think so too.
And I think this is Annika Riemer, who she's caught by a couple of minutes as well. See, pretty smooth in and out of there. Back up the same way. And I think because you go, there's so many controls close together, I think they're going to look like there's a lot of people out there in this terrain. Is this Eve van Dongen? Didn't we see her at this control earlier?
I think she had few struggles.
Yeah, I think so. This is, okay, this is what this green looks like then at the top of the slope. Top of this hill, all these very young trees, lots of fallen trees, and they move out the way pretty easily, so I think you're going to just see, yeah, there being a lot of tracks going through there as well. And there's a nice little group of 4 then here.
So again, comparison. Karlova here clearly in the lead compared with Mag. And that's what I said before. You can see the different approaches. Mag and Menkele, they seem to, at every control, look for the climb. You can also see Eide doing a mistake there just before control 12. That's what I said before. You have to be careful when you run in the slope still. I mean, the runnability is good, visibility is good, but if you kind of mix up the features, the big features, then of course you can do mistakes here as well, because seeing the difference between those different cliffs is not very easy once you lose track on the count on them.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you're counting them and you can see then she goes up the re-entrant before. Maybe she thinks that's where the control is, but kind of lost a lot of time standing still trying to figure out the puzzle there. This is cracked who was just at the wrong boulder.
Yeah.
Here it's really confusing because it's almost like the castle and the sprint, because there's branding everywhere in different directions, and you kind of want to look at the branding and go, well, the control's around here somewhere, but that boulder is just a little bit smaller than the others as well. Let's have a look then at the Dane and how she got on compared to Karlova, the leader.
I mean, she had quite a good start. You can also see Gallandry going quite far around, which is actually good.
Yeah, that's the
fastest time.
Yeah.
Avoiding to run in the slope. But then not a good exit from the control, got totally stuck there. Kracht with a good start as well. See also more going on the climbs compared to Karlova.
It's quite amazing how Gallandry was the first to control number 2, but she lost easily a minute there on that wrong route choice. It's a big time penalties for a wrong route choice.
You could see that she wasn't prepared for the I mean, how good the runnability is in the slope. Already to the first control, of course, then it paid off, but in the second control she tried to avoid it again, and there she definitely should have stayed in the slope.
Elsa Kuza from Latvia. Also into controls, that's control 12, and she'll go back up the slope. I think that's a tree that they've actually just cut because everyone was having to go underneath it yesterday. If people like ourselves pre-running the courses, but for everyone today, they don't have to fight their way through that fallen tree. Then up onto the top of the hill. And the route into the 13th control. Very respectable time here.
You can see she's ahead of the leader in the finish, 3 seconds.
Ano, danke.
I think a big part of the lead for Karlova, she lost on the second last control when she did the different route. Maybe you remember, if you have been here for a while, that she was going more straight to taking the climb, and Monk going all the way around at the path. I'm sure we'll see it later on again.
I think she also stayed a bit too high on to control number 16 as well, so I think we will see that too. But we're back with Ida Egeberg Christiansen for number 12. Really making sure to make her route choice before stepping out of the control.
See the pilot of the drone?
Yeah, I think so. You can hear the drone. I hope you can hear it on the broadcast as well, because
here's the drone.
Here is the drone. And I'm honestly kind of surprised it's allowed to go this close to the athletes and in the forest.
Well, don't know. But it's good skills.
Yeah, very
rounding
good skills.
the trees here. You can see the drone in the background.
And this is a very good time then for the Dane. Into second place, and again ahead of the leader at the finish. Let's have a look.
Here the tail actually on 2 minutes. You can see that Christiansen not afraid of staying in the slope at that part of the race.
No, she kept really good height there. But back to split 1, control number 6, Annika Gassner, Austria. Going through this section of green that's still very quick, he just lowers the visibility. And you can spot all of these massive, massive boulders just the other side of the green to find the control itself, which is a minute down. This is what I said earlier about seeing the branding. And the control is just hidden the other side. And then I think we'll see a lot better flow planning ahead from some of these later runners. And that's really where we're going to see a lot of the differences as well as in the physicality. Let's have a look at Gassner's route compared to the others.
She also stays up there. We've seen that it was quite good. Not the best one, because the best one was Galanterie going all the way down to the path.
But that's
good,
quick,
good
yeah.
start for the Austrian. And here, as you mentioned before, much better to go all the way up. Then some hesitation just before control 4 and around the control. Losing quite many seconds there between 3 and 4. Yeah, between 2 and 4 she lost more or less the whole...
Yeah, the whole lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's was over a minute then, I think, towards the end. Teresa Chekova here. Another of the home athletes. Still got Anna Kolova into second place at the finish. A lot of the more favourites still to come as well. I'm just thinking back to that route choice in Control 3. It seems so extreme to go out all the way to that track. You're going like 2.5 times the length of the control, but it really pays off. But you really want to, for when it's better for other controls to be running in the slope, you kind of just don't really want to go
well,
there.
we haven't seen anyone going down and take a few meters of climbing in the end, because I think this green bit is not as bad as it looks on the map, and I think it could pay off to go down and up again.
Yeah, I think we'll really get to see that for some of the later runners. Here's Nordhagen. Again, this is Control 6. Looking strong here, and a minute and a half down at the moment. You can just see how she's looking to her left and right to try and pick out the right boulder. There it is. And then down towards that open area, you can kind of stay on the top of the hills. Let's have a comparison. Nordhagen in pink.
Staying on the Kolova route, maybe a bit higher in the slope. And then going up anyway. I mean, either you have to go up directly from the control, or then you have to stay below. It's not a good thing to go down and up again.
So here's Jo Shepherd into split 2. Climbing back up that slope to go towards control 13. And into 10th place at the moment. Exactly 3 minutes off the lead. Okay, let's compare. You can see already Jo Shepherd about 2.5 minutes down at that point.
You can see again the tail at 2 minutes. Agrevik, Kristiansson and Mark staying on the top of the hill between 11 and 12. Behind Sofia Sarkozy on the way to the second split. She was about 1.5 minutes behind. At the last radio control, still a few meters to go. You can see already these tracks out here.
Some animal tracks as well. This is a pretty good start. Wait for her at control 13. It will be about a minute's gap.
I was able to win back a few seconds here.
Yeah, good performance from Sarkozy, who had some great jaywalk results on home soil back in 2018.
Can see it here, maybe. Good height there, just below the features. Small mistake by Agevi Christiansen to 8, then exiting the control quite extreme out again. This section actually, Mark was very quick. And then I think that's where Karlova loses a few seconds compared to the others.
Okay, so we can go back to the start, and here is Emma Piesmo, ready to start for Sweden. And key part of on the last leg of the sprint relay team, winning that bronze medal. Let's see how she handles this sandstone terrain.
Now Czech were the first one to go down there.
Let's see how it compares.
Well,
it's so slow coming up. But we might have a leg replay, right?
Yeah, but what I meant is going a bit to the west in the beginning, just above the first hill, then go down to the second hill there, to the spur, and then follow kind of the height into the control.
Well, I'm sure we'll see lots of other variations going on as we go along here. Here's a Finn, Mankala, and this is a pretty good time here. Could be in the top 3 at the moment for the Finn, just sprinting these last few meters down in this arena in the rain here in Czechia. And it does look like it will be 3rd fastest. Pretty strong performance.
So now we get to see, I think, this final bit again. There you can see where Karlova lost time. Yeah, already to 15, a bit low. Mark very good in the slope there.
But let's check up with Agnes Kracht, who has had a really good time at the first split. And here she is on her way out of control 12 towards control 13. Looking really strong up these slopes.
Still quite fast.
Yeah, look, you can see already only just now behind the time of Karlova, who, as we saw from that little GPS snippet, was having some small problems in the latter part of the race. Just, I think, really being super careful on the way into this control. There we go, you can see it now. And she just go into 2nd place then, just ahead of her teammate. Keeping very calm there, choosing to go around that fallen tree. As she just checks the compass as well. Let's have a look at the route. So looking for the yellow there.
You can see the leader in the finish actually quite far behind at this point. Kracht and Agevi Christiansen both not perfect at control 8.
So here is Ragnhild Ada, but she will be quite a long way behind. She was caught up by and overtaken by Eino Mankala from Finland, so not maybe the best result for her today. And we can head back into the terrain to see the French jersey of Florence Anaue, and this is to control number 6. Okay, back towards the finish. This is Elza Kuza.
This is going to be a new best time. Kuza, I mean, she was quite far behind at control 6. More than 1.5 minutes, but we knew that the others had some struggles in the end, or especially Victoria Mag and also Karlova.
Yeah, let's see how it was done then, because that's a lot of time taken out here. So watch the orange mark.
Karlova, maybe both of them a bit low to control 15 first, and you can see the different. Well, Karlova hesitating a lot out of control 15, not really prepared to go around there. Then you can see that Kuza stayed high up really in the slope. Good control taking there. Let's see which
route does she go?
Yeah, she's staying above as well, heading to this open meadow. A good finish for Kuza.
This is Cecilia Anderson. And just climbed up that slope to control number 6. You can see she's going to be over a minute down on the lead. Took the last leg on the sprint relay team. A little bit to the right, I think, there. Oh, no, she's not sure which one's on.
Close, but no control.
There we go, at the control, and it will be, that's equal 13th place. Have a look at how she managed the first part. Very strong to the first control, and then interesting, dropping all the way down again here.
Especially not the best way for Kuza to the first control, climbing kind of over the hill and dropping down again later. So better start. We see that and Anderson also heading down to the path. Good, going all the way up. Taking this small cut area there towards control 3, almost like a path. Using the path, control 4. I mean, so far very good for Anderson.
Yeah, I think just keeping it really simple, using all of those tracks. I think she's got a very clear idea of what she wants to do in that terrain and the right route choices that are going to work for her. But Nittinen's had a pretty good start, 45 seconds down on Karlova, who, remember, is not our current leader at the finish. She is currently in 3rd place at the finish, with Elza Kuza and Victoria Marg having gone quicker. So let's have a look at Mia Nittinen, the Finn.
Going down and then climbing all these contours again over the hill. I mean, even if the time loss might not be huge just there, it will definitely, she will feel it towards the end of the course that she was climbing much more than others.
Teď je dole, bílý dres, červené rukávy.
Is this Nordhagen here?
Culíčky. Sorry, no.
Yep, and we can follow her then through to the 13th control in amongst all of these trees.
That was the tree there you named that they cut. for today.
But you can see already we're still quite early on in the day, and you can already see that there's loads of tracks, especially out here on the top of the hills, where the running is completely level. And for Nordhagen, then it's going to be about a minute down. But so too was Elsa Kuzer at this point, so opportunities for her. Here's Emma Biesmo into split 1, and she too is 1 minute slower than Karlova, taking a good better flow through that point.
45 seconds faster than Kuzer at this point.
Yeah, let's have a look at Emma Biesmo's routes then and comparing it to, Kuzer, the current leader, Karlova, the best.
Kuzer unnecessarily like climbing to the first control.
Well, maybe we'll come back to that, because we are back again here with Isia Basse, and this looks really good.
Yeah.
I think she went up a different route than out of control 5. She backed out of the control and went up a different route, and she's the new leader at the first control.
I think that Karlova did that as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So good start for Isia Basse.
Yep, she does of course have a middle world championships medal back in Latvia.
See it here again.
Basse going high.
Yeah, but not. She should. I like the way Biesmo tackled it. If you go this way, then go up straight from the control. But good. That's what they're talking about. Before Basse's way to the third control, I think it's probably going to be the fastest option.
Yeah, that's
then
ultimately why she's ahead. Yeah, coming back out.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get, I mean, the difference really is that it's not as steep out from the control as it is the Biesmo way.
Yeah, so I think that route then to 3, putting Basse into the lead by 19 seconds. And I think Biesmo was so good to that second control, but just stayed too high into the slope over to control number 3. It's put her that 1 minute down.
Talking about the Swedish. That's another one, Elin Månsson. On the way to the first split.
Yeah, we wait for her at the control, and she's could well come into a new leading position here, because she's already got to the top of that hill. Here she is, coming
few
through the
meters
green.
left, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's to the left there, or now to the right.
You can see just how much she's looking around, not quite sure. Yeah, there we go. Which one it's on. It's to the easternmost boulder. But they're all absolutely huge, and you don't really want to overshoot that one either. Let's go back to the finish. This is Oda Sheila from Norway.
Big time loss here, more than 10 minutes behind.
Yeah, there's going to be some really long times, I think, and even with the top athletes, I think there could be really big time losses. So I think that we should hear then from the current leader, who is sat on the chair right now. Let's hear from Elsa Kuzer.
Yeah, tell us about your race today.
Well, it was good. Started carefully. Wasn't sure about some route choices that went around, but had some hesitation around few controls. But overall, it was quite controlled and good run.
What do you think about this type of terrain?
Oh, actually, I very much like it today. I have been in Czech for preparation for walk 2 years ago, and I ran also the walk. It wasn't so successful that year, but yeah, this year it's been good, and I'm happy about the race.
And how do you rate your performance today?
It was good, but of course not perfect.
Yeah, good but not perfect. Not a perfect start. Much better in the finish, and I think it shows some obviously room for improvement from the later athletes as well. But there's Elsa Kuzer from Latvia, the current leader at the finish.
This is Ingrid Lundenes on the way, I think, to the first TV split. Should be there in about 25 seconds. Quite an okay start for Lundenes as well.
She is. Oh, she's gone a little bit left of the line.
Not sure if she's gonna hit that contrle straight.
You can see the running camera coming straight back after her.
That's
and
a mistake.
So I think we're gonna wait here until we see where she's actually gone. Yeah, she's looking around for the control behind all these boulders. I think
it's the wrong boulder, though.
It is definitely the wrong boulder.
I have to correct myself about the 25 seconds. It's definitely more if you go that way.
More. Just off on the compass line, and then I think she's into a different group of boulders in amongst some green. She's going to come to the path soon. You can see that she's dropped too much height as well. I'm going to have to climb back up.
Yeah, it's the part that's really hurtful if you have to climb back up there.
Well, I mean, the climb is not very steep.
No,
so
but I mean, you still feel the one you have done before, just a few seconds before, and then you have to kind of. Usually when you get on top, you need about 10-15 seconds to kind of recover from the uphill, get your legs, shake them out a little bit. But if you have to climb again straight away, then it's tough, yeah.
So here's Czechova, and I think, if I remember back to the GPS, I think she had some problems around the second control. But otherwise, after that, doesn't seem to have lost too much time. Going to be outside the top 10 though.
See that she's ahead of Kuse at this point. Better approach here between 8 and 9 for Kuse. Going quite far around here, you can see. And of course the GPS disappeared, but I think she lost about 15-20 seconds on that one. This is Wisniewska from Poland on the way to the first TV control.
Yeah, this looks like a better route into this control here. There we go. Not many problems there.
Of course, it's helpful if you see like the runner from the men's race punching the control as well.
Yeah, I think there's no secret that it tends to be the same TV control for the men's and women's. You can tell that one there very easily. Here's Agnes Krag then from Denmark, and it's not going to be in just outside, I think, the top 3 or just in 3rd place. There we go.
Yeah, she lost time in the very end because she was in front of Kuse. That's the TV control.
Yeah, and I think really Kuse has had a fantastic end part of the course, going very, very direct down that hill, really good direction. So that's certainly paid off for her.
Laurence Anaber. So already more than 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, and it will be about 2 minutes again, if not more.
Just
taking it much better
down.
than the camera operator, our camera runner. I think the camera runner there is going to get sick of doing that little route up every single time.
It's going to be, I'm sure he's happy about the drone there.
Yeah, yes. So dropping into the slope very quickly and going underneath that section of boulders. That's dropping too much, way too much.
She has to climb again from control 9 up. I mean, you can see there it's only 15 meters from the control, but she was below the control as well. Control 9 when she was climbing up to control 7. This is Josefine Stjernlund.
Indeed, getting a first look at the map, taking a lot of time to read the map towards that start triangle. We're going to head back towards the terrain. Martina Ruch. Kind of going around that section of green slightly. Not necessary, I think, but into 14th.
So about 40 seconds ahead of Kusa. It's the standings at the first split. Elin Månsson and Isia Basse in the lead. And had them to the next TV control yet?
No, haven't. It'll be interesting to see whether they've been able to keep up that good speed, especially when the dynamics of the course change. There's fewer route choices on the second loop, a lot more kind of shorter controls. I mean, there's definitely still route choices. Do you go up? Do you go down? But those shorter controls. Here's Marianne Andersen then. Next out of the start for Norway. Folding that map up straight away, getting a look at that detail. And looking up a lot into the terrain because you'll be able to look up and see the big slope. Which stays quite high. Mia Nittinen.
Yeah.
I remember that good split of hers at the first TV control. But is that Emma Biesmo? Yeah, who's just caught her up, has gone the other way into that control. So we can say that Emma Biesmo has caught Mia Nittinen. So let's see what the Swede is able to do. Remember, she was about a minute down after the first split, minute and a half.
Minute and a half, yes. But of course, then not compared to Kusa.
No, indeed. And I think, yeah, it looked to be really strong apart from a route choice to control 3. So we follow Nittinen, but really I think we're more interested in the time of the woman behind her, Emma Biesmo, because this could be pretty close on a new leading time. Let's just check that. Yes, by just a few seconds.
And I think we're going to see Elin Månsson there very soon as well.
Yeah, Elin Månsson started 4 minutes after Emma Biesmo. We also have Isia Basse in there as well. Let's look at Nittinen though.
It's never a good sign when you see someone alone in the GPS.
Yeah, so normally means there's some mistake.
Too early there.
Yeah.
I think she thought she mistook like the cliffs for the one just to the north of it for the big feature.
Ooh,
and of course, I mean,
painful.
if you look at it, the one that looks a bit smaller to the south, there's also 10 meters in that one. So it's like, yeah, it's a big feature. It is.
Next up, Johanna Riedefelt. As the massive Swedish team. We seem to have a lot of focus on the Swedish runners at the moment, with them allowed to take 8 runners plus athletes who have their own personal place. For example, Tove Alexanderson having her own personal place. This looks like Isia Basse.
Yes.
It is. So she had the quickest, or the second quickest time behind Elin Månsson at the first TV split. I think just 7 seconds slower. But whether she's been able to maintain that, looks like she's getting slightly stuck. And
here you can see Elin Månsson, and
Yeah.
I think that's much faster. That's maybe a fight for the new leading position for Månsson. Well, definitely if Basse is fighting for it.
Yeah. Yeah, Månsson's had a great run around here as well. I think we'll wait for her. Look out for the blue shirt. There she is.
Yeah, that's Månsson.
And this is on the approach then to the control 13. So we wait for Basse first. There she is.
Yeah, but just behind we should see Månsson. So
I think you can see her through there, but you should be a little bit more to the right of picture. It's a little bit easier, I think, to get through. So some small mistakes, some small time losses for Basse. And there is Månsson. And these two are 2 minutes apart.
Yeah, so it's 1.5 minute lead here for Månsson.
This is really good, really strong here for the Swede, and that's a big, big lead at this point, very big lead.
And of course now it's an advantage to have a Basse just in front of you.
Do the athletes look much at the... In fact, let's talk about this first and how she's managed to get this gap, because keeping a very good height in the slope.
Of course the GPS not 100% accurate in the slope there. And quite an extreme route choice to control 10. But it's kind of stuck there as well. I'm not sure if it paid off.
But really quick in the slope. And can Anu Tuomisto set the new fastest time though here at split number 1. She's going to have to get the right boulder though first. So you can see her just coming through here.
Looks good for her, definitely. Just a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Almost Grace Malloy.
Yeah.
They're almost crashing into each other.
So Anu Tuomisto catching Grace Malloy by those 2 minutes. And looking very good, actually heading back out. Back out to find saddle between those 2 big re-entrants, I think. Okay, let's have a look at Månsson and Anu Tuomisto then here.
We haven't seen that option before. I think he could go through the green there. Don't have to be afraid of that. But we have seen before that it was quite good to go straight. Definitely not slower now through the green. But I think still the fastest was maybe Galanterie going to the just below to the path. This is Andreas Svensson.
Ingrid Lundenes. Take that same exit out of the control.
It's 1:13 behind at first TV control. And will be maybe a bit more.
Yeah, I think it will be a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It just shows you how good Månsson was in that little
Maybe
leap.
it's still about the same.
No, we definitely spoke too soon. So it goes into second place. Great loop there from Ingrid Lundenes.
You can see there the mistake again by Lundenes. Must have had quite a, I mean, she had a good race so far, except for that mistake at control 6. What we've seen then Månsson here would be interesting to see that isolated, because it's very hard to say just from pictures. I mean, it's a brutal climb
straight up there. Whoa.
Jiri Trane Ødum into 5th position. 48 seconds behind Tuomisto.
And here is someone who we saw on that GPS play out, Hanna Wisniewska from Poland. So we can know that she is kind of in amongst the mix. I think we can look at Teresa Czechova here in towards the finish. And after a tricky first part, this is pretty good time here for the Czech. Looks like she will be just into 5th place. And pretty solid last part of the course there for Czechova. Elza Kuza still our leader. Back together here with Hanna Wisniewska. On the top of this hill into 13. And again, really similar time to that of Lundenez. Goes faster than Biesmo. The rain getting a little bit heavier here at the arena. What's that likely to do for the conditions?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of slope orienteering, and I mean, if you're looking for the animal tracks in the slope, then I think everyone is doing that. You have had like 50, 60 runners on the same small track when it's wet conditions. Well, it can be kind of a disadvantage, it can get slippery, but I think it has been quite dry the days before. I don't think it's so much of a problem. You can see it here. I mean, everyone was running out from the start at the same place, and it doesn't look to be muddy or anything yet. So I don't think there's a big risk for that today.
No, Elza Kuza still in the leader's chair, but there's quite a few runners on their way now who we've seen at the TV Split 2 who can come in and I think beat her time. She's got a lead of a minute at the moment after a really good last part of the course, but 41.31, that current leading time, is certainly going to get brought down and down and down as we get really to kind of that red group, that last 10 runners where we're going to see the world's best in action. This is Florence Anoa, and for her, a minute and a half down. A lot of French athletes, similar times here today. A lot of those time losses, I think, coming from the earlier controls, definitely. Whoa, rock climbing here.
That's what I was talking about when I said that I'm afraid of heights, and it was not always the best thing to him.
This is the 5th control. She's going, what? There's this very big surprise to take this 5th control from the top. You definitely want to come, in my opinion, you certainly want to come at it from the bottom.
There's a path. I think she was staying on the path on the top,
yeah,
and then going down. But of course, I mean, you can also just go down or stay on the height and take a path in, and then you climb the last meters. Then you avoid, let's say, 10 meters of climbing.
But it's also pretty good just to stay on the same height. You can go above the green, and that's not too bad. But Josephine Schoenlund, not the best start for her. Already lost 3 minutes, and that won't all just be on that that rock climbing there at control 5. But we can wait for Schoenlund at this 6th control. Again, this is kind of, yeah, she manages to avoid the, was it Lundenez mistake?
Mm-hmm.
There's the control, and 3.5 minutes down. Losing that a lot, just between 4 and 6. Losing 2 minutes there.
Sabine Hauswirth at the start.
And Marianne Anderson. This is the Londoners' mistake.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
staying too much to the left, getting into another group of stones, boulders.
Yeah, this is kind of the green part, and you can tell she knows something is wrong. She doesn't quite know what is wrong, but no, she hasn't quite figured it out. It's interesting that she keeps looking to her left and going to her left. That's really not the way you want to go. And the time ticks by. This is where the control is. She's just in the distance.
She was just looking for the boulder that's kind of furthest down the slope. I think she got it now.
But she's dropped too much height. You can see there everything she's having to go back up. There's a group of boulders just kind of on the edge of the circle. I think that's where she was.
About 10 meters to climb again.
Yeah. Maybe a good minute's mistake there.
And here we have Emma Biesmo to the finish, and I think this is going to be a new best time for Biesmo.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, I think it is just going to be enough here for Emma to take the new lead here. It'll only be by a few seconds, but she should deprive Kuza of being in the leader's chair. I don't think she'll get to sit down on the leader's chair for very long, if at all. And Biesmo goes 9 seconds faster than Kuza into the lead there. But we wait for Elin Monson, I think, who could well go a couple of minutes quicker.
We had also the finish of Mia Niitinen at the same time, of course, 2 minutes below. Into 10th position, but as you said, very soon we will have Elin Monson and Isia Basse.
But before that, we're going to talk about another Swede. This is Johanna Rudefelt.
Quite an okay start, but 40 seconds behind. Very soon, I guess, we will have a new leader again to the finish.
Yeah, I think maybe in a couple of minutes. Elin Monson started 4 minutes after Emma Biesmo.
Yeah. Don't think we have to wait a couple of minutes because she's here already.
This is a cracking run here then from Elin Monson. And look at that time, 3 whole minutes. This is going to be a new clear lead.
You can see at her body language that she knows that she did a good race here.
Yeah, she's really fighting hard on these last few meters. And she will be the first one to go under 40 minutes. Elin Monson, a really, really great result there for her. And she gives it everything to the line.
Here we have actually into second position, Isia Basse.
Isia Basse will go second after she was caught by Monson. She had a few troubles in the middle, but she goes into second place then. So 3 times have gone quicker just in this last couple of minutes, and now the winning time is under the 40-minute mark. Let's have a look how it was done then on this last loop.
I mean, basically we can say that Monson, if there's a place where she lost time, it's in the beginning. She was a half minute behind at the first radio control. From then it seemed quite good. Those are the last controls. It's the second loop. That's Anne Dyrkorn.
Yep, and
yeah, she had actually really good results in the past in middle distance, 4th in both the World Championships and the European Championships.
Still in touching point. You can see actually she was in the lead at control 4, but lost half a minute, more than half a minute on the loop between 4 and 6. Let's have a look then. Look at Dyrkorn, because she will be in the lead at number 4.
And that's the part where Monson lost a little bit of time. You can see it's again this route down to the path. I've seen that before. It was quite good when Gallandry was running there. I think he could have stayed almost a bit longer. And then here, this is a good option for Dürkon as well, but Monson executed the one from the top pretty good as well. Then going, you see that Dürkon went the same way as Shan Lund, going to the top of the hill, but then she has to do 10 meters climbing unnecessarily.
So Denisa Kosova is the next starter, and we're getting towards the really quick runners here. We've got quite a few Czechs starting together. Watch out for Teresa Janashikova, Vendula Hodčičková as well. Had Everly Karsku, Sandra Grosberger start as well. So very shortly we'll see a lot of that group in towards the first TV split. Andreas Svensson. Oh, that's gone pretty quick. That's very good time. Quicker than the current leader, Monson.
Only 5 seconds behind Tuomisto.
Let's look at Svensson's route.
See. Yeah, staying in the slope there. But didn't execute it perfectly either. I mean,
got
we know
much
that
better route down into the second control.
Yeah, but we know that Monson lost time on this one, and so she lost a little bit of time as well. This might be Miri Tranödum.
I think you're right. This is control 12. And she was, what, about half a minute down? 45 seconds down at the first radio control?
44 seconds, 48.
It's probably about the same by the time she gets to this next control. Maybe a little bit hard to tell.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell.
We've made too many predictions here.
She might be a bit
off.
closer, because I think when they're on the top, they're almost at the control. Here she is. Yeah, let's say it's about the same.
I think that's Anu Tuomisto, who she's caught as well. Oh, just checking the punch. Marie Katani then. Oh, and she's gone fastest then. So Marie Katani in the lead by 15 seconds. A great start for the middle distance specialist. And I think Anu Tuomisto, who was second there, I think that was who was in the picture alongside Miri Tranödum. So Anu Tuomisto has lost 2 minutes at some point in the middle there. Ingrid Lundenes then we will take into the finish. And not had the best end of this course, because she was a lot closer to Monson earlier on. And it is going to be 5th though for the Norwegian.
Did quite a big mistake at the TV control, at the first TV control, control 6. We saw her running towards this wrong group of boulders. This is another Czech, Teresa Janashikova, maybe the biggest favourite among the Czech runners today.
Yeah, I think possibly she made such a difference to the Czech team winning the sprint relay silver medal 2 days ago, and I know she's going to have had a big boost because of that. But we can take Wisniewska, and Wisniewska in towards the finish.
It's going to be a second best time for Wisniewska.
Yeah, Wisniewska seems to be been improving this season, throughout the season. And great to see her into second place.
Here, the comparison with Monson.
Not sure we've seen all of Monson's route though here actually, so this is going to be really interesting to see. A lot of people choosing to round this hill. Maybe we'll get back to it another time. This is a house fit. And a pretty decent start. Very
good
decent
start for Hauswirt.
Yeah, into second.
But 15 seconds behind. So the start here for Hauswirth and Taney. See Hauswirth on the Monson option, but a little bit quicker out from the control. Taney using that small track there in a good way towards the control. Maybe climbing a bit early. Hauswirth here, I think this is a good option to get to the control for both Taney and Hauswirth.
Okay, Vendula Hočičková is the last of the Czechs to head out. Her best middle coming 8th back in 2017. That was in Estonia. Part of the European relay silver medal winning team. That was last year again in Estonia. And I think it's going to, the analysis of this race afterwards is going to be really interesting to see as we kind of take a look at all those little micro route choices. It's really hard for us to catch and just to see where those times were won and lost. But another recap, these are the standings at the finish then. Elin Monson, that big lead really at this point on the middle distance race, 38.42. Of course, who knows exactly when she's going to, where she will end up at the end of this race with the red group still to start. And I think we can hear then from Elin Monson at the finish.
So Elin Monson into the best time here at the finish. How did you like your race?
It was good. It was technically a good race. I did some part where I should go up right away, but I was too tired to do that. So yeah, I followed the height. Yeah.
The terrain down here, how did you like it? It's tough.
Yeah, physically it's really tough. I didn't feel good in my body, but I just tried to push the harder I could.
And what do you think, what will it be today for you? Now you're in the best time. Do you think there's possibility for a top 6, a top 10?
I don't know. I'm just happy that I keep my technical part together. So we will see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Elin Monson pretty satisfied with her race, and so she should be, with a big lead at the moment. And just focusing on her own technical performance, of course. Sandra Grossberger having some problems as well, losing too much height in this massive boulder field. And not quite sure where she's gone. I think she's way too far to the north.
I think she was heading back towards control 5.
Okay.
This is Johanna Riedefeld. First into control 12.
And there's a group here.
Marianne Andersson.
Yeah, so she's caught up Marianne Andersson. Give you a big boost doing something like that. Nice and solid through the control. And back out the same way. See, there's quite a few things on the ground there as well, but this track is very well established now. And we'll catch her on the way to 13. Climbing well. And Riedefeld's time is good, very good here. You can see she's already looking up in the next part, and I'm sure she'll be desperate to drop Marianne Andersson. And Andersson therefore into 10th place, those 2 minutes down. And Riedefeld, 26.05 is the new leader.
Yeah, and I mean at the first even control she was almost a minute behind, so she must have had a really good second bit here. see how they're navigating between the boulders. I think it's here where Monson kind of opens up again for the others to get back. This is Denisa Kosova.
It is indeed. We get her time. Yes, Kosova's gone quickest. So another Czech back in the lead here at control number 6. Very impressive start from Kosova. But we head back towards the start. This is Ida Haapala from Finland. And only a couple of runners now before we're in the top 10, that red group, starting with Caroline Olsen from Sweden. But Ida Haapala will begin her campaign. After a long wait in quarantine this morning, finally gets to go out in this gorgeous sandstone terrain. The umbrellas are out though at this arena. It's been the forecast. They really should be. The forecast for rain all day. It's not super heavy though.
Yeah, it's easy to say if you're sitting in a tent, but it's not super heavy.
Yeah, we're staying nice and dry, even in our big tents. Not bad. But let's go back to these standings then at split 1, because Elin Monson, our current leader, she was 6th at that point. So we can look at all of those other runners who have gone quicker as well.
This is interesting. This is Andreas Svensson getting towards the second TV split, and I think that she has a chance actually to take over the lead.
Yeah, she's caught up Anna Drickorn, and there's lots of little groups forming around here. This is the control before we get the time punch, though. Reading that map really carefully here, going up with this small little gap. Getting right up high.
It's quite a good option to go up there.
Yeah, you've got to then drop down and come back up again. You've got to turn to the left.
I mean, maybe not as decisive now because there's been some tracking up. Bit surprising that she doesn't exit the same way as she enters.
Yeah, it just, you kind of get some meters for free there, don't you, when you just retrace your steps, and it all looks very familiar.
She's a lot of time left in order to beat Riedefeld's time, so I think she's gonna take over the lead here.
Yeah.
Adriana Svensson. Should appear very soon.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that flash of blue. She stayed very low here. No, this is not good.
Route to this control. I mean, she
the
was
others have taken
about
it, but
28 seconds ahead at the pre-warning to this control. And now, as you can see, Dyrkorn in the picture here. So she lost about half a minute. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, 25 seconds.
Yeah, very frustrating. But this, you've got to spot this control is right on the top of the hill. But she does still take the new leading time, though.
Jumping over the branding. See here, the navigation in this slope. Going the same way as Monson.
But you can
even more extreme there. All of them going there actually. Around.
It's much less steep there to be able to climb up. So if you can keep that running going for longer and traversing across that slope is really nice. Here's Janasikova, but I think this is maybe a small mistake to this control because she's not quite on the line. She's got to find the right boulder here. So a few small mistakes to this control, but still into second place. That's pretty good. She can work with this.
And especially since she was 58 seconds behind at the pre-warning to this control.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see if we can figure out where she's caught up, maybe from 4.
So look at this here.
So Janasikova is in pink.
Kosova as well in this comparison. Janasikova staying a bit higher. Then taking this climb, but in my opinion, that's so. I mean, she doesn't lose a lot of time, but she must lose a lot of energy there. Quite good option here to 3. See that she's a bit behind at this point. Both of them backing out. I think that's a good option. You can see the difference. It's about 20 seconds, 25 maybe.
Oh, but Sander fast. That's such a good start. Even if she stops still at the control, that is a 48-second gap and a very quick start. Miri trying to Erdem then here at the finish. The Dane. And Anu Tuomisto, Grace Malloy as well. And
she's going into second position.
Yeah, she's working hard here. Good finish here for Miri trying to Erdem. And second place then for her.
Look at Grace Malloy must have been falling into some muddy hole.
Yeah, she must have had a fight with the slope there, I think.
Catch it on the camera.
Yeah. But good performance from Miri trying to Erdem. Just taking the download, and she hopefully will be satisfied with that one. This is Caroline Olsen then here. Into the red group now of runners, and Caroline Olsen begins her campaign. Very distinctive style, and climbing quite a lot.
Right away, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's great.
Looks as if she has a beard or something.
I like properly. I was like, oh, I gotta let myself go, like descend faster. Then just like tripped and like head slid.
Yeah, there you get the explanation as well.
Grace will take that well, definitely. She can see the funny side of that fall down the slope, as long as she's not too injured or anything.
Lisa Risby at the start.
Yeah, Lisa Risby had a really great World Championships when they were here 2 years ago with a 4th and a 6th place and a relay gold medal as well. So yes, the middle distance terrain was very, very different to here, but the long and the relay were all in terrain really similar to here. So, you know, she's got good memories of performing well on that terrain and evidently figured out how to do it. Housefit though, climbing up towards control 13. And within around that 30-second mark, but she's just not quite sure here.
There's so much branding around.
Yeah. It kind of makes you second guess yourself. Especially as you don't want to mess up when the cameras are on you as well. But into 4th place though. So Elin Monson on the leader's chair with a lot of the Swedish runners setting fast times around the course too. Look at Andreas Svensson as well. Let's catch up with Housefit's route then.
Yes, good. Out from control 5 to 6. Quite similar here to Monson. Just losing a bit of time in the slope. This is Horčičková.
Yep, the last of the Czechs. Into this boulder field. I think again she took the good route out of the 5th control. Let's see what she's been able to do. Oh no, but this is 2 minutes down.
She must have done a mistake in the beginning.
Yeah, that's a surprise for me to see that she is 2 minutes down. Okay, back at the start, this is Venla Harju, bronze medalist at the European Champs in the middle distance, gold in the long. Both those races in Estonia, of course. a good all-round orienteer, I'd say, but probably with a little bit more of a specialism in the forest. This looks like Sandra Grossberger.
Yes, on the way to control
12.
12, yeah.
And let me see, Grossberger is already well over a minute late, so I think we should hear a little bit more from Grace Malloy and the fall and all the mud on her face.
A muddy
Grace Malloy.
Okay, so Grace, you just finished the middle distance. How was it?
It was not as good as I'd hoped. I felt like I was quite well prepared for the terrain, but I found it hard when coming off the top to know where to come down, and I made a few small mistakes early on doing that. And then just the second half I was orienteering better, but struggling on the hills. And yeah, as you can see, well, I've washed some of it off now. But yeah, I was trying to attack the downhills, and yeah, one time I just went straight down head first, so that wasn't my best moment either.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the terrain has really many steep climbs, and now it's wet as well. How is it to run out there today?
It's good. It doesn't feel wet in the forest. It's just underfoot. It's very loose on the slopes, so you take a step and then lots of the mud on your feet slides away. But it's so nice out there. It was, yeah, such a joy to race in this sort of terrain. Would have liked to have done it a bit more justice, but it was one of the most enjoyable middles I've ever run. Really good fun.
So you're looking forward to tomorrow with the courses that are the double length of today?
Yeah, I think tomorrow will suit me better. I think it'll be easier to sort of get settled into a rhythm and pick some good routes and execute well. I'm feeling fit, so yeah, hopefully I can do really well tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it.
We'll see. Good luck.
Thank you.
15 seconds forward than her teammate Ellen Mansson. Great performance by
Grace Malloy there, and Jonna Riedeveld coming into second place, closely fought with Elin Monson.
But very interesting here, Denisa Kosova on the way to the second split, and maybe a new best time. We saw her hesitating a little bit just at the control before, but look at that. Svensson, we remember, with a mistake to this control. 40 seconds ahead of Svensson and Riedeveld at this point.
Yeah, great to see Denise Kosova taking the lead there. Riedeveld, of course, we've just seen into the finish, but let's have a look at Kosova then and how far she is ahead.
You can see that she, at this point here, out from control 9, lost a little bit compared to Svensson. Doing the climb in ones, up to control 10. It was hard to see if it was paying off or not. Here we are behind Ida Haapala, but already more than 2 minutes behind at that point. Good direction towards this sixth control. I'm hesitating, just doing the mistake we have seen many times before.
Yeah, and it will be that 2.5 minutes down. Sanna fast leading at this point. I think we'll see her through the second TV split in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Here the comparison between Kosova fast as well, but, Sanna Fast and Ida Haapala. Hey, quick here towards his second control for Sanna Fast. So good navigation to the second control. You can see that Haapala already far behind at this point. I mean, that's basically the difference they had at the second TV control as well.
Yeah, but for me it looks like second and third controls are the most decisive at the moment. Elina Ross begins her race, and just 3 more starters yet to go. Elina Ross proving to take the gold medal on the last leg of that sprint relay. From one Swiss to another, here's Marion Abbey.
But she lost time in the beginning as well. Rounding the boulder in order to punch the control.
Yeah, I think it's so easy to take, say, 2 wrong route choices and lose all of that time. All of that, those 2 minutes and 28 seconds. You know, even if you haven't made any mistakes, you can lose that much time on the route choices.
And here is Sanna Fast together with Teresa Janosikova. It's actually Sanna Fast that we're focusing on here.
Yeah, Sanna Fast has caught up Janosikova, which I'm sure the Czech athlete won't be happy about, but Sanna Fast is looking really good.
This is Andrea Svensson on the way to the finish, so let's see here.
It is indeed. Oh, she is down though. She's lost some time in the final sections of this course. She's going to go into third.
I mean, we already noticed that she started to lose time at this control to the second TV, but with a good finish here, as always, from the last control towards the finish line to third position.
Diving and rolling over that line into third. And Swedes in 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. The Swedish preparation looking very good. And for me, Janosikova needs to make sure she goes all the way up to the top. So does Sanna Fast. You don't want to be in the slope like we saw previously.
But look at that. It will be a lead of 1.5 minutes at this point.
That's incredible stuff from Sanna Fast. And that does mean that Janosikova then will have gone into third place, I think, because they are, yeah, there we go, because they are 2 minutes apart, and this is going to be a really quick duo here today. Let's have a look then. Sanna Fast already with a big lead at control 6.
That's what they've seen before. Now we have Janosikova and Svensson in the picture as well. Going this just in between there. We haven't seen that option before.
No.
Seems though that Kosova's approach might have been a little bit faster, but then it felt like she was losing time to the next control. Might be due to the fact that she was climbing more to the control before. This is Sara Hagström, the winner of the first middle distance of the year in the World Cup in Norway.
Yeah, taking her first individual World Cup win, and didn't quite show the same promise in Switzerland at those World Championships, but she's very strong in that uphill too, and is definitely one of the favourites. That's the last of the Swedes, by the way. No Hanna Lundberg. We said in the last couple of races that there's been a virus or some sort of illness going through the Swedish camp. She's actually gone home with a sore throat, so we wish her the best, but it's sad to see her not in this lineup. And Caroline Olsen, nearly going to be 4 minutes down at least by the time she gets to this control.
It'll be interesting to see where she lost the time.
Yeah, whether it was all on the route choices or whether she's made a mistake.
It's quite typical when you had a kind of a rough start that you hesitate when you get closer to the controls.
Yeah, if you lose a lot of that confidence, it's really hard to kind of bring it back. Here's Marika Taney, and she'll be outside the top 3 here, similar to Marijuana Erdem's time, middle distance specialist. Looking up at the big screen here. She will be in 4th though.
She is number 4.
4th place, the best non-Swede, I think. Okay.
So let's see where Caroline Olsen lost. I mean, already out from the start. She loses, feels like 20 seconds just by Oh, that's... Why is she heading down there? Reading towards control 7, maybe? Well, either the GPS is very much off, it has to be that the GPS was off. Then backing out from the control. Yeah, she doesn't... Oh, I think her GPS is quite off at several points. But still, you can feel that she's not really feeling confident in that kind of terrain. Now we're waiting for Lisa Riesby to get to this first TV split, but she lost time as well. Be more than 1.5 minutes behind. Maybe did a mistake as well here to this 6th control.
Yeah, I think you're right, because she shouldn't be approaching from that direction into 11th. And Lisa Riesby, who's a forest specialist, that's a surprise for me. Vendula Horchichkova then. All alone. Do you want to be alone or do you want to be with somebody in the forest? What's quicker?
It depends on who you are with. Yeah. But I think, I mean, the combination, Janosikova and Sanna Fast, I'm quite sure that Sanna Fast is happy to have a local runner to run with, who is trying to do the job as well. We could see that Janosikova was in the lead towards this 12th control when they approached it. So I think that both of them running very actively. I mean, it doesn't help you if you're in the group and the other athlete is not reading the map, but if you have an active runner around you, of course, that can be a help.
So Horchichkova just under 3 minutes down, but such is the big lead of Sanna Fast that she's still in the top 10. Ven Lahayu within a minute, so between Kosova and Janšíková. Is that Gempela? Yes, it is. It is Natalia Gempela.
She lost 5
minutes down for the Swiss. And taking a different route then, heading quite far left for me. Very interesting.
This is Tove Alexandersson
to
the
indeed.
First TV split. Let's see what her time is.
Yeah, it's going to be all about these route choices today. She's so physically strong. She joked after the long distance that she'd rather have the finish up the top of the mountain.
Long distance at the World Championships.
At the World Championships, yeah. That she'd rather have the finish at the top of the mountain.
Yeah,
and she goes quickest.
Lead.
Yeah, it is. 21 seconds faster.
But still, there are many controls to come. You have to find the fastest way on almost every of the route choices, of these micro route choices.
Okay, so we're going to watch Gempela
here.
mistakes, but Alexandersson taking the new leading time.
All of them staying kind of on top of the hill. I'm not sure about GPS but that's where Gempela loses time.
An actual mistake.
Yeah. It's kind of strange because she's on the wrong side of the hill. So if she would use the compass there, she would definitely notice that she's wrong. But of course, it's hard to, if you are in the slope, it's hard to relocate. But in that case here,
when the slope is running down to the north as opposed to running down to the west.
It's pointing to the wrong direction, so she should notice that.
Very, very interesting. Alexandersson with a 21-second lead. But we still just catch up with some of the last couple of starters. This is Simona Abersold. Took her first ever world title on home soil, winning that long distance. And she's such, again, a physically strong runner. She could deal with all the climb there in Flims and Larks. And she's going to want to do the same here. And especially after, making mistakes on the middle distance there at the World Championships, maybe a bit of revenge to take on this discipline. So she was the second to last starter, Maria Olausson the last starter, and we do have now all of the women out into the terrain. Estimated winning time, 35 minutes. We're not there yet. Elin Monson's time was 38:42. Here's Elena Ross into split 1, and I
haven't seen that direction.
No.
I think she's quite close to control 5 still.
Maybe she came up the re-entrance, needs to go a bit further to the right.
I think she's fine if she...
Yeah. And so we have the new leading time just set by Alexanderson.
Quite an okay time for Elena Roos.
See that she knows the controllers on the other side of the boulder, so just looking over to her left every single one. 44 seconds is the gap. Ida Haapala, TV split number 2. And this is a different way up. You just get the view there. It's kind of something that Grace Malloy hinted at, just how loose the ground is, especially now it's been, you know, she's the 116th woman to pass here. We've got the men's race as well. And it really is getting very churned up. But Haapala more than 3 minutes down at the moment.
This is Kosovo.
Yes, it is Kosovo. Is this going to be a new leading time? It is not going to be a new leading time here for Denisa Kosova. I think there must be some mistakes in this forest, but she's going to be racing for a 4th place here to go ahead of Sabina Housefit. So Kosovo into 4th place. 51 seconds slower than Elin Monson, who's still in that leader's chair. Here's Sara Hagström, just looking over her shoulder again. There's the control, and it's looking fast then for Sara Hagström into 2nd place. Only less than 10 seconds, or 10 seconds exactly, there we go. Slower than Tova Alexandersson. And remember, she did beat Tova Alexandersson in a World Cup race. Let's have a look at Sara Hagström compared to Alexandersson.
Different approaches here. You can see Hagström really going on the top of the hill. I think Alexandersson did something in between. You can see that it costs her time quite a lot, about 35 seconds. Then maybe a bit low Hagström into the 3rd control. You can see that their lead is decreasing here. And then at this point, actually the 6th control seems to be the first one where we have Alexandersson in the lead. So very close battle between Hagström and Alexandersson. And this is Marie Olausen, the last starter. 4th position in this middle distance in Doxy at the World Championships 2 years ago. Kind of the breakthrough championships for her. And of course that was a replay because she has been out for several minutes already. And here is Anna Fast now on the way to the finish.
Yeah, can this be a new leading time?
It definitely will be, and behind her there is Teresa Janusikova as well,
so
in 2 seconds.
Yeah, both of these runners are going to go faster than Elin Monson, and Sanna Fast is going to take him very close to his 35-minute mark. So Sanna Fast takes a new leading time here in this sandstone terrain, and Janusikova goes 2nd fastest here.
Very, very good race for Sanna Fast. Of course, we haven't seen like all of the controls in the GPS replay, but what we have seen was pretty good.
Let's have a look how it was done then. Watch for Sanna Fast.
That's the 2nd loop. See that she stayed above to control 12. That's where we get the pictures between 12 and 13. Dropping down to 14. Interesting then to see 15, 16, how they tackled this control. Yeah, they kind of took the climb in a very decent way. Then, of course, it's a very round route to take.
Staying very low, minimizing the climb as much as possible.
Then I think it were all of the best route choices we have seen here on the very end. So it's definitely going to be a good race for Sanne Vos, maybe. I mean, she was 4th in the middle distance at the European Championship, so let's see if she can get a better result from this race here. That's Simona Aebersold now on the way to the first TV control.
Yeah, she will.
And always when you see them from a different angle approaching, we ask the question if it was a small mistake there. I don't know.
But the time was good at previous control.
I'm not sure if she's...
Yeah, she's going too far north. Yeah.
So she is doing that mistake again we have seen before. From, I think it was Lundanes.
Oh, you definitely don't want to go that way. There's too much green around here. So she was equal in the lead at, I think, the pre-warning control, which for us is control 4.
There. So she's quite far away from the control now, about 30, 40, 50 meters.
She's kind of further in the distance.
Behind the green.
Yeah. On the edge of that circle. And she's not quite... She's completely stopping here, trying to look around.
And I think now she got it.
Yeah. You can see some of the branding in the distance there as well. But that is, what, like a minute's mistake? 45-second mistake? Let's go with 45-second mistake. But Aebersold into 5th place, with only one more runner still to come through this point. Let's have a look then. These three runners.
Aebersold and Alexanderson both going a bit further down. Aebersold going all the way around, which I think is good. I mean, Hagström's option was good as well. Just don't do anything between. Yeah, it's hard with the GPS. I think it was good for Aebersold here. Aebersold backing out was a good option, but you're more likely to end up at this group of boulders a bit more to the left if you back out from the control. This is
Lisa Risby and Caroline Olsen and...
the camera operator.
Yeah.
This might be Tove Alexandersson.
Yeah,
yes,
I think
indeed.
it is.
And Natalia Kempele.
Okay, so... wow, okay, she's caught a lot of people here.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't really catch Lisa Risby yet. It's still about 25 seconds.
So Lisa Risby started 4 minutes before her. Natalia Kempele started 6 minutes before her. Caroline Olsen started 8 minutes before her. Next one on the list is Marion Abbey to catch, I guess. And its time ticks down compared to that of Sanne Fast.
And it's definitely going to be a new best time with around 1.5 minutes ahead. And that's here we have seen the advantage of being two in a group. When she starts hesitating, Kempele can just go on and maybe help her to find the control.
But I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be much advantage to Kempele because she's 6 minutes. She's been caught by 6 minutes.
No, not for Kempele, but Alexanderson was just hesitating a little bit before the control, and Kempele got the control right away.
Just how quickly she descended that slope, the climb through the rocks is really good.
I can see that Alexanderson also going around this very big cliff there.
Venlahayu, so she's been caught and overtaken. She's kind of dropped from that group that's all going together. So, but still in 3rd place. Kostova, though, in 6th at the finish. Look, she was in a pretty good position at that point at TV split 2, but much further down by the time the finish came along. Let's recap these routes then. Keep going.
Similar approaches here to control 10. I mean, here we know that it's gonna be 1.5 minutes at control 13. No problems for Alexandersson to 14. It's going to be interesting to see what she's going to do between 15 and 16 then. We haven't seen anyone going straight over the hill.
No, we haven't. That doesn't mean they haven't done, but we haven't seen anything on the broadcast. But Hochechkova now in towards the finish. Going to be more than 4 minutes down. She won't be the fastest Czech here. She's the last of the Czechs to start, but goes more than 4.5 minutes. It's still in the top 10, and with a lot of people having been caught up, a lot of mistakes like the likes of Gempela, she could end up in a good position. So equal ninth with Miritrana Erdem for Vendula Hochechkova. And again, I think when I feel like there should be a relay at this World Cup, because again the Czechs could do very, very well on that. They've got good kind of depth with their top runners.
So we have Hochechkova here compared to Sanna Fast. It's actually very well executed between 15 and 16 by Sanna Fast. If you take this route to the right, to the east, also well executed. I mean, all this final part from 15 to the finish is just perfectly executed by Sanna Fast.
Yeah, she stays in the slope a little bit longer than some of the others. Goes in the top on the White Forest, down into that control. And I think I remember for the World Championships, they'd tested quite a lot of the routes, but they tested them all like individually, or maybe it was like a pre-race before the World Championships. And the winning time ended up being like much longer than they expected, because they just kind of added up a lot of the fastest split times, because you could take a route that's quickest on paper, but if it's going to lose you so much energy, you're going to not have the energy to be able to do the quick routes at the end.
If you just check one route or test one route here at a time, then usually straight is fastest, because you can't just push the uphill one time, but you can't do it like 5 times in a row. And of course you have to think in a long term when you run a competition. So it's. But today I think they're going to have the winning times from just below 35 minutes. Quite right, actually.
Yeah.
If Alexandersson's train is continuing as it started.
Which it looks like it might do. This is Sara Hagström, and this is control number 12, going down here. She's got to drop into the right.
A bit of less rain, so then we can have the drone again. We could see Elena Roos on the way to control 12, and I think actually that's going to be the more interesting time.
No, Elena Roos started before Sara Hagström, so Sara Hagström is catching Elena Roos slightly.
Still has about 25 seconds to catch her.
Yeah, and well, it's definitely not going to be as quick as Alexandersson,
but maybe faster than Sanna Fast. Anyway, we can say it's a very good team performance from the Swedish team already.
It's a really good team performance. I don't know what they've been saying in their team meetings, but the approach from everybody here has been really, really good. They've done their preparations really well, taken good learning points from a couple of trainings they've been able to do, or from the World Championships as well.
Yeah, just behind Sanna Fast, 2 seconds behind into 3rd position, but quite far ahead of Venla Hariu.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look here.
Interesting. Is it the synced replay?
Yeah.
So small mistake at control 8 by Hagström. Then looking for the control too early there on the spur before the control, then getting below this massive boulder. You can see that it cost about 30 seconds, no more, it's 2 minutes tail, 45 seconds, just between 8 and 9.
So I guess you can see Sara Hagström's speed is good, but just making a few small mistakes.
And I think here it was better what Alexanderson did. She didn't have to do like the brutal climbing at once.
So Ida Happala is going to be well more than 5 minutes down.
And she is fighting for position number 16. Will she beat Emma Bismo?
So Happala comes into the finish outside the top 15, just slower than Biesmo. And I think we should hear from the new leader then, Sanna Fass, with her time 35 minutes and 50 seconds. Let's hear from her.
It's ahead of number 2. How was your race? It seems perfect.
Yeah, I think it was quite good. I didn't do any like big mistakes, but as always in this terrain, you're quite like insecure about the route choices, and yeah, I think I took a lot of time to really think and try to take the best ones, but you never know when you're out there.
And your strategy in these really steep hills with a lot of sandstone details, what was that?
Yeah, to take it easy and just take one control at a time, and yeah, focus on the map.
And what is you catch up with Teresa Janosikova, I think 10 minutes before the finish. So what does that mean for your race?
Yeah, I mean, I saw her already coming out of the third control, so I was like, oh, maybe it's only 1 minute behind her right now. And then I saw her from time to time, but it was like, yeah, it's a good. It's good to see that that I'm running fast. So yeah, I think it was quite nice to see her and then catch up with her and then try to do my own race still. So yeah, it was quite good.
And then we can see Tove Alexandersson's putting quite a pace out there. What do you think it will be for you today?
I don't know, but I think this course suits Tove really well with the steep hills. So yeah, I think she will be probably unbeatable today.
Bra.
Okay, let's have a look then at Simone Abersold.
Sanna Fass was talking about the grouping up here. We can see Abersold together with Benjaminsen as well. And I think that Abersold did quite well after a mistake at control 6. She was, well, 51 seconds behind there. That's a bit more. She was able to catch a few seconds between 6 and the pre-warning, but lost about 10 seconds from there again. But into second position. 103 behind, and Benjaminsen into 6th, 307 behind, or 7th.
So Abersold running at a similar pace then to Alexandersson, just the two of them kind of chopping and changing a few seconds here and there. Let's look at this replay.
We know that Abersold did well in this middle section. I think it was good to go all the way around there. This is a Marion Abbey.
Yeah, Marion Abbey, but you can see that the time loss is just adding up there on the screen. Look, quite a few significant time losses at different parts of the course, adding up to nearly 7 minutes. Going to be outside the top 20. Into 25th. And must have been quite a few either mistakes or route choice errors.
Is this Marie Olausen?
I think it is Marie Olausen.
On the way to the 12th control.
Yep, she'll drop down now towards the right. Well, she should do anyway. She doesn't want to go up too high.
I mean, you can do
we
that
can go
here.
That way, yeah.
I think we saw Andreas Svensson running up there out from the control.
Yeah, and I think that's the way actually that Simone Abersold dropped into the control too. And we'll take the time at the next control. But she looks to have been having a pretty good run.
quite good speed here in this uphill section. Yeah, it's good to climb all the way up there. This is Tove. No, was it?
Yeah, it is.
This is Tove.
Yeah, because there was Caroline Olsen who's managed to stick just ahead of her, but Tove Alexandersson, Lisa Risby crosses the line, Natalia Gempler crosses the line, but we're looking for Tove Alexandersson. And can this be another victory for her on the World Cup circuit? It's looking very, very likely for Tove Alexandersson, and she goes into a new leading time then, 34 minutes and 19 seconds. Tove Alexandersson in the lead.
And as you can see from the graphics there, I mean, no bigger problems throughout the course, was increasing her lead in every single radio control.
But she's slightly behind this group of people, this group of runners here, and maybe some few seconds lost at the end. No, Simona Abersold's also running well. Oh, I hope Caroline Olsen is okay. I think she looks fine, yeah. So just over the 34-minute mark there. Lisa Risby went into 4th place.
It will be very tough for the others. I mean, everyone is a minute or more behind Tove Alexandersson, and well, doesn't look as if she has done a big mistake in the end. So I think it's quite likely that she's gonna win this one.
Very, very likely. We've got the likes of Elina Ross, Sara Hagström, Andrina Benjaminsen, Simona Abersold, and Maria Olausson still to come in. And let's have that replay. Just look at that lead from Alexandersson. Does she go up and over? Yes,
the first
she does.
one we see at least. It shows you that she has a lot of energy left.
I wonder if the whole group... Oh, but it was a mistake.
To 16.
I wonder if the whole group went up.
Yeah, maybe.
Or whether...
maybe it was the... Would have been interesting to see that.
Yeah. Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Don't have quite the last parts there, but I think there's room for others to do well. Venlahayu making it into the top 6 at the moment. But look, big time differences because of Tove Alexandersson's dominance there. And Venlahayu exactly 4 minutes behind. Decent performance from the Finn. Running by herself there. Thumbs up from Venlahayu. 5th position for her. Okay. Look at Abersold and Hagström here.
Yeah, we know that Abersold lost a bit of time here. I think it was also due to the route out to control 13. So Abersold still ahead of Sanna Fast and Sara Hagström at this point. Interesting then, 15-16 of course. See that Alexandersson climbing, Abersold and the others, they choose to go around.
Yeah, you can see Abersold picking up that speed. The tail is 2 minutes.
Looks good at this place for Abersold. You can see the small mistake by Alexandersson there again. Yeah. And now we're live with Abersold.
So, yeah, even with that mistake, Tove Alexandersson had enough of a barrier, enough of a gap. But I think we also want to be really looking into the race then. If we say that Simona Abersold's sewn up the 2nd place, pushing Sanna Fast into 3rd, it looks like there might be a nice little race on for the 3rd place.
And look at the team performance by the Swedish team here. 6 runners in the top 10 so far.
Yeah, still with Hagström to come. It's kind of... it's incredibly impressive how that one team has so much dominance and they're able to push each other on.
Maybe it's good we don't have a relay. It would have been the potential for it to be quite boring.
Sweden 1, Sweden 2 and Sweden 3 taking the podium. Yeah, possibly. so much depth. I mean, trying to make the selections of that team for like a world champs team is...
Yeah, you can do it with the dice.
You have to perform so well in those selection races just to even make a team for those smaller world championships. Okay.
This is Hagström.
It is Sara Hagström. Is she going to get in amongst the medals today? That is the question.
She is.
She, well, might do. Oh, I think it might be close with her and Sanna Fast. Let's see what happens.
That's good enough.
She's got to fight the last few meters because we know Abersold's in a good position as well. But will Sara Hagström take a medal here today? It's going to be so close. She's going to be too slow, I think. She's going to be a second out. Let's have a look. She's 2 seconds out.
So we have to wait and see until we have the official result.
We have to wait then because we've taken that time manually. Yeah.
You could see that the time was counting a little bit over her to finish.
Oh, this could be really, really close. It could be a shared medal potentially there between the two Swedes, based on Simona Abersold continuing a good run. So we focus on Hagström here. Battle between her and Sanna Fast. Neck and neck into all of these controls. Just Sanna Fast getting a little bit quicker.
Actually, we got the
15.
time confirmed here.
And
in our system, and she is 2 seconds behind in third.
You can see Hagström was ahead going through that green section. Oh, and there we go.
Anderson.
The different route choice then to number 19.
Yeah.
That might have done it.
Would have been interesting to see how it ended up there.
Yeah. Well, we know how it ended up, 2 seconds difference.
Yeah, but maybe she did it in the run-in.
Maybe she did it in the run-in indeed. But Tove Alexandersson, the current leader, we're very certain she'll have taken the win here as Eleanor Ross comes in towards the finish. She was overtaken by Hagström, so is going to be outside the top 10.
Yeah, it's not going to be a top 10 today because we are still waiting for Abersold. We are still waiting for Olausen and Benjaminsen.
Yeah, those are the three
Benjaminsen and Abersold, I think they were together at least.
Together, yeah.
And Olausen on her own.
Indeed. But Eleanor Ross there outside the top 10 for her. Let's watch where Abersold is coming then.
We know that she chose to go around as well, around the hill. Only Alexandersson of the top group here going straight over the hill. Here's still an advantage for Abersold compared to the others two sitting on the podium positions right now.
Very direct route, good compass work from Abersold.
No problems to 16, no problems to 17. 18 should be quite easy, but she seems that it's quite high. Oh, now it would have been interesting, but let's see here. We can't see the comparison there, but this is Abersold coming to the last control.
Yeah, will it be a medal for her? Wonder what route choice she took on that very, very last control, but she's working hard here. And is it going to be a medal? It's definitely going to be a silver medal here for Simona Abersold. And it would have been very, very close were it not for that mistake we saw on the camera at control number 6. but she does go into second place, 1 minute and 7 seconds slower than Alexanderson. I reckon about 45 seconds of that lost.
I would say 40 to 45 seconds,
yeah,
yes.
Lost on that mistake at number 6. So still would have been in second place, but that just shows how physically strong those two runners both are, and how she's managed to cope with this terrain as well. Straight back looking at that map.
And Benjaminsen not together with Abersold anymore to the finish, so we have to wait for Andrina. It's been out for 38 minutes now. And then, of course, you also wait for Marie Lausen. But I think we have to wait a bit longer for her.
Yeah, here's Andrina Benjaminsen. So she was dropped by Simona Abersold, and you can see that puts her outside the top 6. Benjaminsen, who in this Czech terrain, well, it was very different Czech terrain, got a silver medal at those World Championships in the middle distance. Not as good a performance from her today, but it's going to go 9th place then, 4 minutes and 26 seconds slower than Tove Alexanderson. And we have one woman still left in the field. And Marie Lausen is the next one who we're waiting for.
I'm quite sure that she won't make it into the top 3. So it seems very much to be Tove Alexanderson ahead of Simona Abersold and Sanna Fast, which means it's going to be the first top 3 for Sanna Fast in a World Cup race. As I mentioned before, the 4th place in the middle distance at the European Championships, her best result so far.
Jag syns det blev vanskelig att koncentrera sig till slut.
I think the time has been running out already for Olausen.
Att det var sån. Det var kul. Det var väldigt nice. Jag löp till 10. Jag følte att det inte tog.
But there's the winner today. Tove Alexanderson just getting that warm down in the mixed zone. There is no space for her there. But she's not allowed to go very far because we have to have her for the flower ceremony. So she's just trying to get all that cool down in together there. And let's have a look then at this battle between Abersold and Alexanderson, because I think she was still ahead at this point.
Yeah, they were very
close.
similar at control 4. And then the mistake, the decisive moment of the race. Just heading too far to the north, ending up in this boulders. I mean, this was a minute mistake, and in the finish it was 107, or she is 1 minute behind here. In the finish it was 107. You can see different approaches here to 10. Like the one from Abersold in this, it looked smooth between 9 and 10 for her. And this is Marie Olausen, and yeah, she's not going to make it into the top 3, but maybe, yes, indeed, into 5th position for Marie Olausen.
Yeah, this is going to be a top 6. It's going to be 5th, and just pushing Jonas down into 6th place. The gap 3 minutes 23. So number 5 for the last starter, Marie Olausen, who looks very satisfied with that. Especially tough, I think, when you are the last starter. She was alone for for the entire race. Not running in a group at all, not catching anybody up. And that is a well-deserved 5th place for her. So we can take a look then at those final results. And at this point we've got 5 Swedes in the top 10. Tove Alexandersson, 1 minute and 7 seconds was the gap. Very, very close. Only 2 seconds in it between 3rd and 4th. And then a bit more of a gap back down to Maria Larsson.
And then another 4th position for Sara Högström. Another time with just a few seconds.
Yeah, she just seems to be kind of unlucky just recently. But she's become so consistent. And she always is one you want to count amongst the favourites. I imagine the number of top 6s she must have got is very, very high. So very good result for her. Izzy Basse then, we saw quite a bit of her on the broadcast, ending up into 22nd. Emma Biesmo was 25th in the end for her, 7 minutes down. And Anna Karlova, who was leading at the start of the broadcast, it was 34th for her in the end, just ahead of Sandra Grossberger of Latvia. Let's see how it was won.
See all of them going exactly the same route to the first control, then splitting up. Abersold going down there, rounding this hill to the north. Alexandersson actually not the best route here, doing something in between, going down and up again. Abersold lower to the 3rd control. We've seen it's quite similar if you stay on height or if you drop down there. Then the mistake here, maybe the decisive moment for Abersold in this race at control 6. See that Sanna Fast lost quite a bit of time to control 7. Different approaches here to control 10. If you look at Abersold, she's rounding those cliffs. I think it was a bit faster to do that. Very similar in this section. Then the difference between 15 and 16, because look at Alexandersson. She had the power to climb up there, straight up to the hill. Almost stay on the direct line. If you look at the others, they were rounding it more. Abersold staying a bit higher in the slope compared to Sanna Fast. And then different route choices. Alexandersson taking the path. Abersold and Sanna Fast, I think, we don't really know about Abersold, going over the hill there, the straight option. So those are the top 3 of today's race. Only Abersold with quite a big mistake in this race.
And I'm here with Tove Alexandersson, the winner of today. Congratulations, Tove, yet another World Cup win for you. You've just been looking at the tracking here at the mixed zone screen. It seems to be a nearly perfect race. How do you experience it yourself?
Yeah, I had a really good race. I did some small mistakes in the end, so it was a little bit sad because I had so good race, but of course I'm really satisfied and it was so fun there.
And we're back in the forest and in this very special sandstone terrain. What was your strategy of attacking the course today?
Yeah, I tried to be really careful with the map reading and also try to read exactly where the control will be on which side. So sometimes I maybe was a little bit too careful because then I saw it was quite easy, but I think it was a good strategy because I didn't done any mistakes in that area, so I'm really satisfied with that.
And it seems you catches up with Natalia Gambler on the way. What does that mean for your race?
Now I try to not focusing on others, just to be focused on me and my map reading, because when you start to focus on what others is doing, then you often lose time.
And it seems to be a good Swedish day today as well, with 3 Swedes within top 4 and 5, I think, within top 10. What was the Swedish strategy? Why do you think it worked out so well?
Yeah, we have prepared really good for this, and also many of us have been running in this terrain preparing for the World Championships. So I think we feel quite familiar, and the ones that haven't been running in this terrain before, I think we have, the whole team have share everything we know. So I think, we have a good team spirit and help each other to be better, so that's fun.
And we'll be back in the sandstones tomorrow for the long distance. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I think it will be a really fun course with many route choices and trick orienteering, so I'm looking forward.
We'll see. Congratulations once again, Sylvan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tove Alexandersson, our winner again today. And you could see that she was talking about sharing the kind of team tactics around the whole team with those, sharing the information with those who'd run here a lot in preparations for those World Championships 2 years ago, spreading that to these kind of less experienced runners as well. And Tova just saying she really wanted to keep it careful, checking the side of things, and it really paid off despite not always best route choices. A small mistake towards the end, which I think she was quite annoyed about, but it was still more than enough to take that win. So we wrap up then with the women's race and move on to the men's, who've been starting for a good 3 hours already. We've had a lot of men go out and finish this course as well. Again, it's one that we hope to be about 35 or just under winning time. It's going to be a big test of strength and of skill. As you can see there, 5.1 kilometers and the big number, 350 meters of climb. If you think that's a lot, wait until tomorrow's long distance race. But as we say, there's that estimated winning time of 35 minutes or just under as well. It is, of course, a seeded start list with those best runners, the best 10 in that red group, starting right at the very end. But kind of a similar concept for the men's course, a lot centered around this kind of one rocky hill.
Different first control though, for me a bit more kind of a route choice, because you can go either straight over it or try to round it, but it's the same concept as in the women's race. It's kind of a continental approach to that first control. Then of course into the sandstones. The whole course has kind of the same approach with the route choices, with the concept, few shorter controls, then the route choice. You can see it 6 to 7. An interesting one, we're gonna get back to it. Then first time heading down in this very nice slope. I mean, if you like the uphills, then it's very nice, otherwise it's tough, but the runnability is really good. Second loop and second TV control for the men at control 15. Then for the second time, heading down into this slope, you can see there are controls quite close to each other here. And then again, this route choice, 17, 18, going around or going over the top, that's the question. And again, as we've seen in the women's race, I think it is faster to stay a bit to the right of the line and go over this plateau to control 21.
So a similar challenge, and certainly we'll see some time losses on some of those route choice legs. Really, really interesting. Let's take a look at a couple of them here. 6 to 7.
And this, I really like this one because you have these different approaches. It's quite similar to the women's, I think it was the second control, where you could even go down to this path or then stay in the slope. I think it can be a good option to go down, but then of course it's a very tough climb up to the control. Here we see the approach if you go and climb up on the hill. There should be a few tracks on this hill already, due to the many runners that have passed, and also of course the women's race has been there. You can avoid the climbing by doing so, or not all of the climbing, but quite a bit. But will it be the fastest? That's the question. And this is the slope.
Yep, going east to west.
And I mean, it's all about this small, this micro route choices, optimizing your kind of climbing, falling down, seeing the features still. You can see that the runnability is so good in these sections.
Yeah,
but of course it's steep. And here you see one of those animal tracks, very good. So if you hit those, they are very quick to run on. Very nice picture here. You can really get an idea of the terrain. And then this, it's a brutal one. Don't go for the red one. You do the climbing, but you do also a lot of distance. So either the middle one or the blue one to the right. I think we're going to see more of the men going straight over it. And of course, if you do as the runner in the picture, then it's, of course, it's faster if you go straight on just that one control. But if you had 16 controls before or 17 controls before, then you might be tired, and it's very convenient to go around more and avoid some of the climbing.
Yeah, just nipping through the green, not too slow there. And you can clearly see that bit of open area too.
And it's actually a little bit different here when it comes to the vegetation, because in other parts it's really not any problem here. The visibility is a bit lower in this section, but still it's good. In every other forest, you would say it's really good visibility and runnability, but here, of course, when it changes a little bit, then it's worth mentioning.
Well, yeah, some of the runnability is very, very good. So even the good bits are like, it's just slightly slower, even if anywhere else there are some blueberries, but they're really quite short, to be honest, as well. So here's the start list as we can look down and see a lot of these runners already having finished their courses. But of course, the last starters are going to be the ones we're going to look out for. Who do you want to name amongst your favourites then, Jonas?
I mean, the first one of the favourites, I would say, is Emil Svensk, starting quite early. He struggled a bit with health problems, so he didn't start in the sprint and the sprint relay, but back for the forest disciplines. Never been top 3 in the middle, but maybe today. Then we have, of course, other names as well. Keyboards has been, 3 times world champion in the distance, so of course he's one of the favorites. Albin Riedefeld, for me, we've seen how strong the Swedish runners were in the women's race. He's one of the guys who really can sort out the features when there are many of them, so I think that he can perform well today. Fosser, Hadorn, Bergman, you name them.
There's lots of guys who could be in contention, and Maxime Roturier is in towards the finish now. You can see him just look up to his right, see that big screen, and there we go. He's taking the new leading time. He is very happy with that. 41.41, just gone ahead of Eric Döhler from Germany. So Maxime Roturier into a new leading time, shouting his way across the finishing line. In case we were wondering, he's happy with that.
But I don't want to be that person, but he is more than 6 minutes off the expected winning time.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about mentioning it as well, and we did get just under the expected winning time for the women. So,
but it shows you how tough it is. I mean, he had a good race, but still he is quite far behind the expected winning time. Even though I think it's possible to reach the 35 minutes, but don't think there's so many of the runners doing it.
No, but still, to come into the lead at the end of your race, you've had a good feeling about it. Things seem to have gone fairly smoothly, then that's exactly what you want. So the standings then at the finish, Maxime Roturier into the first place, Eric Döhler in second, Daniel Vandas from the Czech Republic into third. Interesting, Joe Lynch, Matt Ogden, 2 Kiwis in the top 10 at the moment. They had a great team sprint relay result, and I know they're excited about some of the juniors coming through the ranks at the moment. So that is how it stands at the moment, as we said, with our expected winning time about 35 minutes. That's going to be obviously those much later runners who we'll hope to see through with those very, very quick times, taking the kilometers with ease and the climbing as well. Physical stuff, but they're well prepared.
I don't know if they're taking it with ease, but they're taking it. I mean, it's what also the course setters are talking about. It's kind of terrain where you have to be fighting for every meter. Even if the runnability is good, you still have in the last meters to the control and out of the controls. You have seen it in the women's race. You can lose so much time just in the small uphill, the short uphills, and it's really breaking you. It's so hard to do it every time. I mean, it's okay the first time, it's okay the second time, but then it starts to be tough.
Yeah, it's almost like, you're doing hill intervals in the terrain on the course, and they come so often
without
and so
any
sharp.
rest in between.
Yeah, exactly. they come so frequently. You have to change up everything so quickly. But anyway, we can head back to the start then. And look, Katherine from France. It's great to see the French team on the podium in the sprint relay. He was part of that team, and the Spanish team up there as well. And quickly disappearing through between the trees, making that climb. It's interesting, actually, the course planner, the course setter, said he wanted to, on the men's course, put a control number 1 not on a rock feature to kind of unsettle the runners and just kind of give them something to think about. I'm not sure it's really going to unsettle them.
He had the expectation that everyone expects the race to be totally in sandstone, so he said that he wanted to surprise them. I don't know how surprised they will be with that kind of control. I don't think that anyone will think about it, but
no.
It is indeed, I mean, you have to give him that. It's not the typical control you would expect here, but still, I mean, a bit of variety is expected anyway.
But there's like 2 controls that are not on a rock feature or a contour feature, like on a sandstone type feature, like everything else.
It's 3 at least.
Okay.
4.
Well, yeah, but they're on like a re-entrance.
4 of 22.
Here's Hubacek then in towards the finish. It looked like it was a good time for him, and just working those last meters.
Reaching out with the hand quite early.
So 8 seconds slower than Rotolier. Hubacek into 2nd place. Very, very tight at this point.
Soon waiting for another Frenchman, Quentin Andrieux. It's the chance to take over the lead, actually. Made it to the finish now, so he just missed him. 40 minutes and 17 seconds. So 1:24 ahead of Maxime Roturier. Here we have different approaches. You can see it to the 3rd control, Hubacek going all the way down. Having to climb at the very end. The green there is actually quite okay. Usually here it's more about, usually, but it's often more about the visibility that gets lower here, and the runnability is still okay. You can see both similar ways to control 7. That's what I'm talking about. Was talking about Quentin Andrieux. Or Andrieux. Quentin Andrieux.
Yep.
40-17, the new leader.
Yeah, now a much bigger gap there. So 2 French athletes in the lead at the moment. There he is, very happy.
Just
sneaking through. And he will go straight then for an interview. Get his immediate thoughts. I'm hoping we can do the same. But we can go back then towards the start.
Eirik Langedal Breivik for Norway.
I was going to say that then there are no volunteers there, and then I just see an arm coming out behind the post.
Self-service at the start.
Yeah, I thought so. And Eirik Langedal Breivik folds his map up straight away, trying to take in as much information as he possibly can on those first few strides, taking quite a high route up here. It's a bit of a route choice for the first control. Okay, so we can go towards, this must be split 2.
Total 14-15 in the men's race.
So, Latvian.
Rudolf Sernis, I think.
No, I think it might be Uldis Uptis and Rasmus Muller, yes.
Yeah, possible.
Martin Rudny, I think here. It is indeed. To split number 2. He's caught up Matthias Peter, who you can see in the Austrian kit just ahead, I think.
Almost caught up Ulde Supertis as well.
Yep. And this is the 15th control for the men. And Rudny not going to be take a top 10 time here. Andrea, who is our leader at the finish, still the leader at this point at control 15. Just shows how great his time was. There he is, dropping down to 17th. Quite a lot of packs running in here. I think the time losses can be quite big. I think it allows groups of runners to come together, even with that 2-minute time difference. Let's check then, because they were very close together here.
Andrea compared with Rudny.
So Rudny must have lost a lot of time somewhere, because he was ahead of current leader at the finish, Andrea, early on.
Yeah, different approaches to the 7th control.
See, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Or okay anyway.
Andrea already got a chance to take a look at control 12 there. And this is from one Quentin to the other one. This is Quentin Moulet on the way to the 2nd TV control. And I think that looks pretty well for him.
Okay, let's follow him all the way through then to this point. And taking the climb.
Yeah, you can see it's quite good. Will be tight for the lead, but he will be close anyway.
Yeah, close to his teammate. We can see the control from this vantage point. Looking pretty strong up on the top of this slope here. And yeah, it's only going to be a couple of seconds then.
And I think that we can hear a bit from his teammate in the lead. So let's hear a short interview with Quentin Andrieux.
Okay, so Quentin, into the lead here at the finish. What's your thoughts on the race?
A very good race. Not very technical as I expected. It was quite okay for me. My first time in the sandstone, so I was very careful all the way. But finally it was quite okay, and I managed to keep the speed all the way, so very happy.
And Maxime Rotillier also in top 3 right now. You think this terrain suits the French run as well?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see with all the results, but yeah, I think we are quite good in this kind of terrain.
But what was your strategy going into the sandstone terrain for the first time? What was your thoughts attacking the controls?
My strategy was to do a very careful race. Don't make speed and don't keep always the control with the maps. So I knew that sometime I lost like few seconds, but it was just for manage to don't make any mistake. So that was my strategy, and I think it worked quite well.
It looks that way. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Great.
So Quentin Andrieux, we can just check his route here now, went round the slope. Maybe a similar time to Suter, who just saw there taking the 2nd place. Would you agree, Jonas, with his assessment? He said it's not very technical.
Well, it's easy to say when you had a good race. I think I mean, a few sentences later he said that he slowed down a little bit in order to get every control. I mean, maybe didn't feel too technical for him, but it's because he had the strategy that when it gets technical, then he slows down a little bit in order to get control. And well, You can argue either way, but if I look at the map here, I think it's technical. It's not the kind of technical that you can lose several minutes at one control, but it's technical in order to find those micro route choices that make you 5 or 7, that differ maybe 5 to 7 seconds every time. And yes, you don't lose much to one control, but it adds up and you can lose a lot of time in the end.
Yeah, you really can. We just saw Emil Svensk start there for Sweden. He had to sit out the sprint races because of, I think, a sore throat, a small illness there, but he's back on the start line for today. How do you rate his chances?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to say because he has had these struggles and we don't really know how big they were, but they just... Yeah, was it just a kind of safety thing to not run the sprint, or was it just that he felt really bad? Because, I mean, that makes a big difference, especially when you look at the course and it's very physical today. Well, any other day I would say that he would be a favorite for the top 3, even though he, as I mentioned, never had one in the middle distance. But today, with the background of the last day, I would say that's gonna be tough for him to end up in the top 3. But, well, he can prove me wrong, definitely.
Well, Emil Svensk often shows he has the speed, but maybe kind of loses all on one control.
Yeah, I mean, he is so far, especially at championships, he struggled with having a clean race at every control. He had very good approaches, and he has showed very often that he has the speed definitely to be on the top 3 in the championship. So he's one of the best orienteers in the world, definitely. But maybe he is just overdoing it a bit. He's very attacking every time, and well, it might pay off so far at 20 out of 22 controls. But you have to get 22 controls in order to be fast the whole competition. But when he gets through with that style of orienteering, then for sure he is dangerous for the top 3.
So we'll watch him very closely. Here's Bowen Blumenstein, the German, going back up out of control 14. Really doesn't look like he's kind of orienteering with much confidence here. Taking a different route up. And you can see he'll be more than 3 minutes off the pace of Andrieux, who's still our leader at the finish.
Počkej, on jde hodně popřed.
There, 3:38 behind. He took 31st position.
So back to the start for another of the Svensk brothers, this time Victor Svensk. Alexei Niemi potentially here. It is indeed at second TV split. So Niemi already slower than the likes of Suter, Roturier, still in the finish in the top 3. So Niemi through there into 7th position.
And here we can see the replay. Andrieux, Niemi and Marti.
All going up and over this hill.
Yeah, to control 7. We haven't seen many runners going to the north on the path. Of course, this climbing of about 40 meters in the very end, very tough.
Yeah, depending on their route to 3, they might have already kind of passed that way before. I think it gives a little bit of a bias to the runners that liking to go in the way they've already gone. Matthias Petter into the 6th place. And Martin Rudny the next to make it towards the finish, I think, the Czech athlete. Back then at the 2nd TV split. You can hear we've got the drone flying again. The rain today is pretty persistent. Not too heavy, but just been raining all day.
With Rito Ecker, because he was in the lead at the first TV control. So on the way to the 2nd TV split. The lead at the first TV control compared to Eirik Langedal Breivik, 34 seconds. And compared to Quentin Andrieux, 55 seconds. So lost a bit here.
It feels like he hasn't quite got the exact picture into this next control. Oh,
Yeah,
there
he has.
seems to be okay.
It's just that we never seen that drone flight before.
No, not quite in that direction. There
but
we
a
go.
good
Very
race.
good.
39 seconds ahead.
First ones go quicker than Andrea, who's still the leader at the finish. Don't forget. Let's have a look at these two here. Very good into the first control.
Yeah. No problems to the 3rd one either. So that was very at this 55 seconds. So let's see where he loses. Yeah, I mean, it's just a few. Going all in between there.
Ooh,
A
maybe,
small mistake
yeah.
at 8 at the wrong track.
Yeah, maybe that's where it was that small time loss. It's still in the lead though. Here's Martin Regborn. Barely looks up from his map before reaching the start control. And we can look back towards the finish as well. Matthias Gruhl here, another Austrian on his way. And this could be a new 2nd fastest time then here.
It is.
Strong last few parts of the course, and it will be into 2nd place. Just over 41-minute mark.
Position number 12, 2:56 behind.
It might be a while before we see a new lead. Looking, of course, to Rito Ecker. Maybe be the first one to overtake Andrieux. Here is maybe one of the outside favourites, or a favourite for a medal maybe. Thomas Krivda on home soil. He had a fantastic World Championships with that 4th place. He also made such a huge difference to the Czech sprint relay team, winning that 2nd medal. I think he climbed up like 12 places. It was incredible. He was the fastest on the 3rd leg of that race. And if he has recovered well, if he's able to do this terrain well, then it could be a really good result for him. He's got the potential, certainly. Mathieu Perrin, another Frenchman. This is on his way to control 15. And he is not going to be as quick as Ecker.
You can see The drone chasing behind.
Quentin Moulet then to the finish. And could he go just into the top 3 here? Another great performance by French athletes. And he's fighting all the way into the 3rd place. He does get it. So French 1st and 3rd, and I think 5th as well. Yeah. So good performances there.
This is Rolf Street on the way to the 2nd TV split. I think he's a little bit behind, but could make it into 2nd here.
Yeah, it could do.
Should make it into 2nd.
You can see it was about 40 seconds.
But I think he has not half a minute left from here to the control.
Once again out to prove that he's not a sprint specialist. And after taking that win, his 1st ever World Cup win. Oh, he's not going to find the control there, though.
He's proving once again he's a sprint specialist.
So it would have been about 30 seconds down, but he just dropped down too short here.
Here he is.
He's going to be annoyed with that, I'm sure.
About 10 seconds of mistake, maybe.
I think so. Potentially slightly more, but equal 3rd at the moment. Not quite as precise. And goes round this tree. Ready to drop down into control number 16. Let's have a little look at his routes then.
You can see Ecker stayed perfectly in the slope. So did the others. Fighting towards this cave there at control 12. A bit far to the north by Ecker to control 13. Perrin maybe losing a few seconds, staying in the slope there to control 14. This is Anton Johansson for Sweden, medalist from the European Championships last year. You can see it there, 2nd place. In a totally different kind of terrain.
Yeah, you can't really get much different, I think, those 2 types of terrain. And this compared to what we saw in Estonia, where it was very green, kind of...
Quite flat.
Yeah, subtle contours. And this, very open, very runnable, very steep, very rocky. But looking very calm on the first few meters. And first steps of climb then for him. First of many. 350 meters of climb on this course. Elias Jonsson here at number 14.
Čech.
It's interesting, not as many of the men have approached this control 14 from the top, so I don't think they're all coming back out the same way that they've gone in, and it kind of shows, I think, actually. But Jonsson into 10th. Back at the start, Vard Sandstad Eidsmo. So shows that Jonas Hubacek fortunately been disqualified with a missed punch at control number 19. Interesting, so that's one kind of on the way back down into the slope. That's the information we're hearing, so unfortunate news for Jonas Hubacek.
I suspect that he is punching the women's control, which was quite close to the men's control, but it's a bit surprising.
They're different features. This one's on a re-entrant and the other one's on a spur, so... Anyway, Bojan Blumenstein into the finish.
But I mean, you see, when you look at the map, you see many features, and it's hard to see. Well, if you remember how Grace Malloy was looking when she came to the finish, you can imagine that maybe the map is not as clean as it is at the start, and then, well, if you're in the circle and or you think you're in the circle and you see a control, then you might more or less punch it. But of course, it's a dangerous thing to do, as you can see.
Well, maybe it was a mistake that's often made at the end of the course compared to the beginning of the course, when you're just completely knackered and you're cutting corners, I think, as well, because it should be in everyone's routine to check the description and check the code as well. Milos Nikodim, though, is next up to start. Remember, he had a great performance at the World Cup middle distance in 2018 on very kind of similar terrain, the World Cup final in Czechia.
It was kind of similar, but it wasn't at the same time, because the hills here, they're much bigger, much... I mean, it's different kind of feature. There it was more about a bit more flatter kind of route choices, longer legs on the route, and especially on his home terrain, where he's training close to quite often. So it's a difference today.
It is indeed. Let's see Alexei Niemi in towards the finish. It could be a top 10.
And I say them into position number 10.
Equal 10th then with Joe Lynch.
I think we're going to see Rito Ecker to the finish very soon as well, but this is Loïc Bern on the way to the second split. Somewhere just around the top 10. You can see it there.
Or just outside the top 10, maybe
probably.
by the time he makes that control.
Here's Rito Ecker on the way to the finish.
Yeah, what can Rito Ecker do? Yes, it does look good for a new fastest time. You can see there in the corner just being slightly ahead of the lead. Every single control, including those controls at the beginning as well. So Rito Ecker into the lead. 39 minutes and 32 seconds. And he is going to be able to go and sit in that leader's chair.
I mean, he did lose a few seconds between the first and the second TV control. He was 1:25 ahead at the first TV control, then at the second one it was only 39. So not totally perfect, but quite okay, quite consistent throughout the course.
But looks very satisfied with that.
Yeah, he should
bump, he really should be. Okay, this is the 6th control, and we're looking for Thomas Krivda.
This is going to be interesting.
Ooh.
He's a little bit behind.
Let's watch for him now. If he comes through in the next couple of seconds, this could be pretty good. But the seconds tick by, and we wait for him.
I wonder if he's doing the mistake as well. There he is. No,
that's not a very extreme direction, so I'm not sure.
Maybe we're just waiting early.
Yeah, building some drama there. But no, he has lost a little bit of time, lost 20 seconds between controls 4 and 6. So, not perfect. Let's look at both of them. Oh, neck and neck here anyway. Kriv just slightly ahead.
Different here to control 2. See advantage for Ecker because he didn't have to climb at the very end. I like the Ecker style more in these controls there. This I think is Breivik, yes indeed. On the way to the 15th control.
For me it looks like Krivda has some good speed, but maybe not quite executing those route choices, those micro route choices as well as some of the others, I think.
But I mean, now is about 43 seconds behind. We know that Ritu Eker lost about 50 seconds between the first and the second TV control, so definitely still a chance for him to at least beat Ritu Eker. Breivik into second position.
Very few people have dropped down straight away.
Yeah, but you can do that.
You can do it, absolutely. Martin Hubman into second place. Speeding through that control, just the 9 seconds is the difference. So Switzerland 1 and 2. Let's look at Martin Hubman's routes.
It's very, I like it very much. Eker is really kind of minimizing the climbing on this first 3 control, but without losing any time.
Yeah, that actually looks really strong.
Perrin.
So Perrin into finish, but he's started 2 minutes after Eker, so of course not going to be in the top runners today. Maybe just outside third. So about 142, 143 the difference. Certainly into 4th place. And these French runners are really, really similar times here. Again, it's like if you have the relay, how would you pick the best relay team? Tough stuff.
Eker here quite low if the GPS is right, but it's hard to say. I mean, if it's just off a few millimeters, then of course it makes quite many meters climbing. You see Eker going straight over the hill. I think it was a good option.
Back to the start, Florian Hovald. This is a view towards the second to last control. We're waiting for Ralph Street.
Don't think he's gonna beat Eker, but maybe into 3rd. You can see it here, but then he has to show up very soon.
Yeah, that's
here he is, strange direction.
Yeah, a bit strange there, but it's could be good enough for 3rd at the moment for Street. Again, losing a little bit more time towards the latter stages, pushing hard on the last few meters, and it will be 3rd place then for Ralph Street.
1:34 behind Ritu Eker. I think we can hear a few words of the leader, the current leader, Ritu Eker.
Ritu Eker into best time here at the finish with the best sprint times all the way. How was your race?
It felt quite decent. I didn't have huge hesitations, but still like 2 or 3 times I felt like I lose the grip a bit and had to invest 10, 15, sometimes almost 20 seconds to like really be sure where I am and where I want to go next. But yeah, apparently I could keep the mistakes small enough, and yeah, I felt good the last few weeks. There were some smaller interruptions, but I felt like I could deal well with it, and it seems like the physical shape was where I hoped it would be, so it's a really nice feeling.
And how did you like dealing with this special sandstone terrain?
I really like it. I mean, it's beautiful even for easy trainings and just for running, and yeah, the competition was really nicely set, and it was pure Orienteering, just the way I like it all the way. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
And what are your hopes for ending where on the result list today, you think?
Actually, I don't really care at the moment. I'm just really happy that I could be back on the big stage. I had some bigger injuries the last few years and some smaller stuff this spring and summer. So it was really just nice to be back on track, and yeah, the feeling in the finish was really nice to finally have done a decent race in international competition.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
A personal victory maybe then for Rita Eka.
And quite a good comeback to do.
Yeah,
in
very
the
good
distance like this. When you have been away from like bigger competitions and you get such a tricky course here, and you can perform, and he's still leading at every radio control.
And I think a lot of what we've heard from those top runners, ones with good results, is they feel like they've kind of taken their time and been quite careful with their orienteering.
Yeah, I mean, you have as soon as you kind of lose it on the map, as soon as you lose contact, you, of course, it's a good thing to slow down. You can either keep on going and hope for the best, or then you slow down. In long term, I think it's good to slow down. You invest those, as he said, up to 20 seconds, but you avoid bigger mistakes by doing it. And especially when you have so many features, so many rocky features in a slope where every meter climbing you have to do hurts that much. I think it's a good approach to do like this, to do it like this.
Yeah, even though you feel you want to, I mean, they will be pushing all the way, but just to be a bit more comfortable, take those extra few seconds, they really, really pay off. Johnson comes in here, having finished his course. And we are still probably waiting quite a lot of the top runners into the first TV control. Still some of them yet to start, of course, as well. Got 20 minutes before the last starter. This is Topi Sirolainen.
Has one top 10 from a middle distance in from Idre 2021.
This is Milos Nikidim. This is him on his way to the 6th control. It is indeed. He's got to go through some of the green and then hit the boulders the other side.
Don't go too far to the left.
Yeah.
I think he's fine though.
Yeah, I think he's doing okay. And he's heading to the easternmost boulder.
He's lost 1.5 minutes already.
Yeah, he has indeed, and it puts him well into the 20s in terms of position.
Svensk,
yes.
right? Emil Svensk.
I guess so.
Yeah, because he was starting first. I think it's the first Svensk we see in the picture. So that's going to be interesting. How was the start for Emil Svensk? For the start, it's already the second TV control, but he's
2
behind.
minutes down. We didn't see him at the 6th control, TV1. We've not seen very many runners through there, so...
but you can see why. I mean, he was already 1.5 minutes down at the 6th control. Lost another minute. Maybe the physical shape not on top anyway after the illness he had. Yeah,
you need, even if you feel better kind of day to day, then pushing it this hard is really, you know.
In this terrain, if you kind of lack 3 or 4%, you will really feel it, of course. Maybe see some of the struggles, but it feels that he's just losing time physically if you look at the tail there.
Taking quite a high line through there, but we come to the start of one of the favourites, once again taking a middle distance world title on the home soil with what was a pretty flawless race, and Matthias Kibbert's surely one of the favourites again today. But we head back into the next control. I think we're looking for Wojtek Kral and Victor Svensk. In fact, the two of them together climbing up this gap between these cliffs. Just incredibly steep, incredibly tough. And actually a lot of the men climbing up there to this control means maybe they don't see this route out compared to some of the others. Maybe
that Victor Svensk actually caught Wojtek Kral, and you can see that the time is quite good for Victor Svensk. Won't beat Reto Ecke, won't beat Breivik. But I think he's going to go into third position here.
Yeah, certainly going to be ahead of his brother. This is looking very good. And there is Wojtek Kral, so 2 minutes slower. Will be about the same time as Svensk. Yeah, you can see it there.
Let's see here. That's Wojtek Kral.
Oh, that's
that was
a mistake.
Bad direction out from the control. And then, yeah, it was hesitating there just before the control. We've seen that before. Many of the runners getting to this stone instead of the crack. This is Isaac von Krusenquena, I think.
Yep. On his way to the 6th control, and I think he's also dropping too far down. He's going too far to the north. Because the slope of the hill should not be looking like this, I think.
Yeah, it's not good. See, now he got it.
Yep.
Very quick, actually. Maybe the fastest of everyone.
You've seen, yeah. But it's actually quite a long way off.
Here he is.
I guess it's when the characteristics of the course change. So you've been in the slope for a long time, and suddenly you're kind of flat on the top of this hill. You can't really use the contours as much. You've got to use your compass very carefully. Daniel Hubben, though, next to start. And is this technical terrain likely to suit him?
I would say it's good to have a bit of routine when you get into this terrain. I don't know if it suits his skills best. He's usually very good in keeping direction. Well, if you want to put out that cliche about him. But of course that won't help so very much today. I think it's more of an advantage that most of the Swiss are quite familiar with running in a slope and doing this, avoiding a bit of climbing, route choice kind of thing. So that might suit them.
So Florian Howald through here to the 6th control. We missed Basse, who was into 3rd place there. That's pretty good, and just some small troubles here on the actual rock itself, but not too bad at all. About the same time as Ralph Street. Here at the finish, this is
Erik Langedal Breivik into 4th, I guess. He's quick in the end, into 5th, 140 behind.
Just a second out though, back towards the top of the hill.
This is Martin Rikborn, and I think this can be tied between him and Reto Ecke now.
Oh yes, good. New fastest time then here. It's the first time someone's gone faster than Reto Ecke. If we remember, he's still leading at the finish.
And at the first TV control, he was almost a minute behind. Now he's ahead, so almost 20
look at
seconds.
that. Look how far behind he was at this point.
Must have had a good route here. It's very quick. Oh, that's good all the way around to control. You can see that he was about 25 seconds faster here. Some hesitating. It's still about a minute here at that point.
Just looks really good on that slope and good in the climb. That was very good, that control.
Here you can feel that Ecke was hesitating a bit. Maybe not best here. through this one. And unfortunately, we don't have the GPS at that point. This looks like Simon Hector.
It is indeed. He's got a World Cup bronze medal from Idra. Again, in that middle distance.
Quite a solid start for him as well.
Yeah.
He will be ahead of Rikborn.
Let's compare then. Simon Hector. Stay quite low.
Good here. It was better to go on the top of the hill. This point, we're looking a little bit too much for the hill to control 3. You can see that he loses quite a bit of time doing this. It was mostly the leg 2 to 3 that made the difference here between Egger and Hector. This is Topi Syrjalainen on the way to control 6, so climbing up from control 5 here.
Yeah, it's a real scramble up there, and he makes it look incredibly easy.
Looks very good in the uphills. I thought about that when he left the start right away, but then I thought, yeah, it's quite easy to look good just after the start.
Well, there's only 10 minutes of running though, so we'll see what it's like after another 10.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's still, he has some meters climbing already in his legs. Yeah, that's not where the control is.
And he stops. Most people figure out a little bit quicker than that, but not too bad. Completely turns the whole 360 degrees and then back out into the next part. But he was well prepared for the next leg as well. And this is a picture of Krivda coming into the finish. We think he's quit this race. So yeah, coming in.
He most definitely quit the race when he's jogging like this.
Oh,
he has to go to the finish though. So let's see
have
what
a look
happened.
where. Oh, so he just came back there.
I mean, it.
Oh, what? No. That was a massive mistake to 7. What?
Then going back. No idea. Do you think he forgot to punch one control on the first loop or something?
I have no idea.
Because I mean, he passed control 3 there again. That's very strange. But here's Kibbutz. At least he didn't look injured when he came here, so that's a good thing. And then, of course, we have a race tomorrow as well. If you have done a mistake like this,
yeah, you know it's not even going to be.
It doesn't matter.
Close. Yeah, you just have to take it.
Will be behind Egger here at the start, but quite good anyway on the first controls. He will be quite much ahead of Rekborn at least. See if he can find the control right away. No, he can't. Not sure if he has spotted it. Yeah, he is.
There we go. There he is. So into 5th though, and just another maybe 10 seconds lost at that little point there, but
half a minute ahead of Rekborn.
Yes, that's who we want to watch out for. Let's see how Kibbutz has done it.
I can see it's quite similar to Rekborn, if I remember right, to control 2. Then here, that's the control where Egger did very, very, very well to control 3. Quite solid from Kibbutz as well.
Interesting, but I think opportunities for him to kind of show that very fast running speed and that good, strong uphill speed as well later on in this course. Gustav Bergman next up to go, and so many medal positions for him, but he would love, of course, to get the win here today.
Anton Johansson, maybe a tall runner.
Yes,
there aren't that many of them in a Swedish kit.
It is indeed European medalist climbing up into that control. You can follow him on this track that's been made. You can see conditions out there. Been raining all day here. And this track has really been well and truly ploughed here. I think so much so that they're wanting to avoid the main track now, because it's actually been churned up so much, and he's already looking down here. This is not good.
That's not good for him.
No.
Don't go down there, you will regret it. That's good we have a drone. The drone won't have to climb up again.
Yeah.
So you don't have to feel sorry for the camera operator here. Yeah, we haven't seen that mistake before.
No, he's not nearly gone far enough. Here he is.
I lost about half a minute here, I would say. Yeah, quite exactly half a minute. If I compare to the radio control before.
Okay, back to the start. Right. It is indeed, yep. Took a third place in the long distance of the World Champs when it was held very, very close to here. In fact, these courses were initially designed to be pre-WOC courses at the Euro meeting, which was delayed due to COVID. So they had the courses. They thought, well, we may as well use them.
Well, but I mean, the bronze medal there, it's very much due to Kasper Fosser, who caught both kibbutz and Delhi. I think that otherwise quite sure that Hoopman would have taken a medal. Maybe even the silver one, we don't know. But that's speculating.
Absolutely. Standings at split one, though. Not had all the athletes through at this point yet, but Luto Edker, who's still in the lead at the finish, was quickest there. We could see Martin Regborn, though, go quicker very soon. Here is Kasper Fosser, then. 2 times long distance world champion, sprint world champion as well. In fact, at those world championships 2 years ago in the Czech Republic, his worst result came in the middle distance, and that was 5th. His worst result was 5th, which is really incredible. Victor Svensko here. We've just seen Emil Svensk finish ahead of us. Victor Svensko is going to take the family winnings today, and he's going to go into 3rd place. So pretty solid run there from Victor Svensk. He should be very happy with that. And within a minute of Rito Edker, this is Daniel Hubman, I think.
Yes, it is. Gonna see who is winning that family duel here.
Well, currently Martin Hubman winning it. Here's Wojciech Kral in the finish. And he was passed by Victor Svensk. We saw that he had a big direction error to control number 8. And he finishes outside of the top 20.
Howard Eidsmo. Just to go a few more steps in order to see the control. Here he is.
2 minutes slower than Regborn.
Talking about Regborn, I think we'll have him to the finish very soon, within the next 2 minutes.
Watch out for him. But Luca Basset had a good split at the first radio control, I think. So let's see what he's been able to do here. I think this is Milos Nikodim who he has caught up. And could this be a new leading time? This looks very good for a new leading time, definitely. For sure.
Just 19 seconds behind at the first TV control. But we know that, of course, Ecke, he lost about a minute there between the first and the second one.
And again, this is going to be a runner. He's going to be very happy to have a local runner as close to him as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And so he goes just less than a minute faster.
I can say,
seconds.
I mean, talking about Ecke, he lost about a minute between the first and the second one, but and then he was behind Rekborn. But now, at the pre-warning, they were only 2 seconds apart. And very soon, I think that Rekborn was going to come to the finish.
Let's look at Basse though, because he's just taken the new lead at control 50.
And you can see most of the fast runners there to control 7. They passed control 12 already on the way there. You can see Eidsmo doing a mistake at 7 as well.
Mistake from Ecke at 8, and Basse
see
just
how quick he is here, Basse.
Oh, really good.
Between 8 and 9. We know that Ecke lost time here between 9 and 12. And here is Martin Rekborn. Let's see.
Is it going to be enough? It's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to be. I think it's the route choice on the very last bit. Has to be, because difficult to do any bigger mistakes here.
Oh, goodness me. Not going to be for Rekborn. He's not going to take the new lead. He had pulled up ahead of Rita Ecke, but he's going to go into second place here. And either mistakes definitely have something with the route choice at the end on that second to last control.
Yeah, or then he did a small mistake. I mean, it's only 15 seconds, but it could be exactly those 15 seconds from the route choice.
Yeah, I wonder
maybe
if we
we
can
see
see
it here. Quite similar already at 16. Still advantage for Rekborn here. Then we know that Ecke went over the hill. Will be interesting to see here. This will develop very quick, of course, towards the control, but not
still ahead slightly.
Let's see, my guess is that it's between 20 and 21 on different routes.
They're like literally the same.
It's just the exit from control 20 that made the difference.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Indeed.
There's so much analysis that can little details that we can spot later on. But Joey Hadouan is the second to last starter. He's just set off as we nip back to look at the climb up into split 1 for Gustav Bergman. Climbing up out of control number 5. He's going to be careful not to go too far to the left here.
I think he did that thing when he was just going back out again from the control and then taking this, don't say flat exit, but a bit less steep uphill. But more than a minute behind, even though we have to say that he lost about a minute between the first and second TV control, so still a chance for Bergman to get back. But of course there are quite many runners in between.
Let's take a look at Gustav Bergman's route, and already
we also
just
have
that route
Bonnet
choice,
here
I
in the
think.
comparison. Haven't heard of him before in this race. Very good to the third control as well. For Bonnet, the bronze medalist from the World Championships, doing a good start here. Quite similar to Ecke. Only 4 seconds behind at the first TV control for Janis Bonnet.
The Austrians, they certainly had a party at the World Championships, so great for them to see Janis Bonnet doing well again. Climbing up here into the 14th control is Isaac von Krusenfuerner.
This is Gustav is in the picture here, but he has to go to another control.
Yep. I was going to say, we've only just seen him.
I think he's on the way to control 7.
Yeah.
So this route choice we've seen before, where they pass the cave at control 12. Really looking for the different ways to fly here. The drone operator.
A little obstacle race, slalom race, there we go. But so Basse was the runner before von Krusenfuerner. So the Swede here, former sprint world champion. Nearly 3 minutes behind. Okay, Florian Howald is only just behind him then, so this looks like a pretty good run from the Swiss. Started 2 minutes after Isaac von Krusenfeuerner.
About a minute behind, but still a
good position
third,
though.
Yeah. Maybe into third. Yeah. Into shared third position together with Rito Ecker. This is Martin Hubmann.
It is Martin Hubmann. And, he's picked up 25, so 25 seconds. It's a third place for Martin Hubmann. And how does that compare? Because he was slightly slower, but not too much at the radio controls. That's pretty good. Magna Daly, lost of 2 minutes, puts you down into 50th place here. So not the best start for him.
He's not in the shape anymore. He has had 2 years ago. He didn't make the team for the World Championships.
And this is Olli Ojanaho.
Talking about someone who is in shape or has had the shape for the World Championships.
He is really looking closely at that map on that climb. Has to get the right direction to the next part. It's going to maybe be around a minute. So can we spot the Finn in the picture? He's really close to the control. I wonder if he's had a few kind of small problems because he doesn't look like he's running with a lot of confidence here. Maybe just taking a little extra few seconds, and it's 1:13 is the gap. Just behind Gustav Bergman. So after Olli Ojanaho, we've got Kasper Fosse, Joey Hadorn and Ruslan Glebov still to come at 6th control.
Here we can see Magna Daly and Ojanaho with a small mistake at the 2nd control. You can see that Daly just losing time as it seems physically.
Very interesting. It must be Kasper Fosse.
Yeah, must be.
Following him through that green, the controls on the other side of Elise
That's
boulders.
a good start for Fosse.
It is a good start for Fosse. You can see Jonas Bonek in there as well, and he goes equal 2nd, I think, probably. Just into 3rd. Topi Sirilainen, he had a very good start to the course.
And still good.
And still looking very good. We noticed how good his uphill running looked, and it just looks very, very steady.
Very relaxed. It's not that kind of, doesn't look as he is fighting, has to fight too much yet in order to be fast.
And it's a matter of seconds there, 9 seconds between Basse and Sirilainen, and a big gap back to Regborn.
This is Anton Johansson on the way to the finish, fighting for a 6th position.
Again, looking very relaxed here. We'll just go into the top 6 or equal top 6. So Rito Egger still that lead. And it's looking better and better for him. Although we know he made some time losses in the middle section though, so more than enough room for someone to come in, a couple of runners to come in and beat his time.
I mean, there are already quite big names here around, and they're not much faster than he is. One of the big names in the picture here has to do that brutal climbing. Towards 2nd TV split.
He is a long way down from that control. Just coming now into view. And he started 2 minutes after Topi Sirilainen, so I can't see him setting a blindingly quick new time, but it might be quite close.
I don't think he's so far behind. You can see he will be behind about maybe 10 seconds behind to 15 seconds. See that he was 19 seconds behind at the pre-warning at control 13. I think it's less. I think we saw the drone crashing there in the background, actually. We definitely heard it.
Yeah, but Kibert's into third, 11 seconds is the gap. So he's catching up a little bit of time there.
This is Hadon.
What can Joey Hadon do? How has he started? He's such a strong climber. Let's see, did his time come up?
Not yet. Or then is... Let's see here, Hadon. So maybe it came up, but lower down in the result list. You can see this is the first time someone picks that route. Then you have a
no, not good.
Quite tough climbing there. I mean, he didn't lose the race on that, but it's still, you can see it's about a minute.
Yeah, I think so.
But soon we're gonna see Luca Basset to the finish, and I think then we'll have a new leader. We're waiting here for him.
Yeah, so he's still the quickest at the second TV control. And great runs for all of the French team today, and not least for Luca Basset, which is looking out into that dark forest. Here he is. What can Luca Basset do? Oh, big
really
time
good
gap here. Looking very strong, and this will be a clear new leading time. Will it be enough for a top 3, a top 6 for Luca Basset, working hard on these final few stages? He's had a really, really brilliant race and is cheered home alongside Milos Nikodem on these last few paces. Is finally going to go ahead of Rito Ecker, and Luca Basset into a new leading time, 38.18. He's very pleased with that. He absolutely should be. A fantastic race.
He's clapping for himself here in the finish. But with that, I mean, 38.18 with such a good race by Luca Basset. I don't know if we're going to make it down to this 35 minutes, actually.
I think so.
It was a good race. I'm sure that, well, with the perfect race, still many runners out there, they can beat him, but with 3 minutes, I doubt it.
Well, let's have a look, see what happened to his GPS at the end.
Is he going straight over? No. It's going around. We've seen before in the comparison between Rekborn and Ecker, it didn't matter too much if you go up or around. So then in that case, I would say around is a good option. Good exit here. That looks really solid. From 20 to 21 as well.
So there's still about about 13 runners still to come. Will any of them match him? So you can see that Luca Basset was 19 seconds behind at split 1. Definitely had Joey Hadon through there. Maybe we've had Ruslan Glibov, the last starter, through there as well. So with most people through, that is how things look. Of course, Janis Bonnet, Kasper Fosser, everybody to take into the mix there as well. Martin Regborn so nearly
and
up there.
One runner we didn't see at the second TV control was Albin Riedefeld, and he's actually the fastest there, 15 seconds ahead of Luca Basset. So definitely not over yet.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And Riedefeld, again, such a good middle distance runner, that European gold medal for him. This is the control before the second TV control, number 14. And we've seen Riedefeld there, so does that mean, okay, Bonnet is the next one we're looking for. Does that mean he's overtaken Daniel Hubman?
Yeah, he has.
Austrian.
Here he comes, and still looks very good.
One of the great stories of the World Championships, seeing him take a third
you can
place.
see Hubman there. Oh, is it? Well,
that is Hubman, isn't it?
Yeah, looked like a Swiss kid.
Yeah.
Hard to know.
There's Bonnet. So those two taking different approaches to the control.
It's going to be interesting to see the countdown. Yeah, definitely still good in the race. You can see the leader now there at this spot, Albin Riedefeld. Janis Bonek just proving that it was no coincidence at the World Championships and the races before, but I mean they were in similar terrain. Here he proves that he is more than just this alpine kind of terrain that he has under control.
Yeah, his shape is so strong and he's managed to continue that. Of course, only a couple of weeks after the World Champs.
Definitely, it's going to be a new best time.
And of course, so much confidence as well.
And I mean, at the first TV control, it was only a few seconds between him and Fosser.
Indeed. So, 35 seconds quicker than Rudefelt, 50 seconds quicker than Basse, who is our current leader in the finish.
So Hoopman still in the top 10. Slightly ahead of the brother. When we're talking about the brother fights here, the family fights, you can see different approaches to this 7th control. Interesting route choice leg. And you can see that Bonek quite a few seconds ahead of Basse, which I think we can hear a bit from now in an interview.
Yeah, I'm super happy. It's amazing how you can doubt before race. I was like, pain in my rib, pain in my Achilles, and I was like, oh, should I start? Shouldn't I start? And I decided, okay, let's give it a try. And then I ran super clean. I caught up with Milos quite early on, and he had a good pace, so I was quite much behind him, controlling and taking my own small route choices when it was needed. And yeah, I don't think I missed on the control, at least maybe some route choices, but it's so I'm super happy. Whatever happens, I'm delighted.
Did you feel it's a top level race?
No, I didn't feel so fast. I felt that it's controlled, no big mistake, very much in control. But I was behind Milos, and he was not pushing super hard, but I couldn't push so much faster either. It was quite a convenient pace, so I think they will beat me, the best ones, because they run much faster, but technically I couldn't do so much better today.
What's the secret about that?
No idea. I never understand. Sometimes it goes shit, sometimes it goes good. Yeah, today was very controlled. Yeah, not rushing, taking the time to stop, and going my own pace. That was the key.
And how does it feel to make such a good race here in the World Cup?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's super nice to run. Decent, no mistake. It's the best feeling. So yeah, it was good.
So Florian Howald into 5th place, just behind teammate Martin Hubman. And again, a feeling of just taking it careful. He didn't really feel like he had a super high pace, but it sounds like actually him and Milos Nikodim made quite a good pair, running a similar pace together, actually.
Here we have the comparison. Basse, Howald and von Krusenstjerna, the ones you have seen coming to the finish recently. See that it's good performance by Howald as well. Went into 5th position in the finish. Different route though to control 21. I think costs a few seconds. The same for von Krusenstjerna. Here we have Gustav Bergman. But I guess is that he is too far behind.
Yeah, because he was only 2 minutes after Janis Bonek, and it feels like it was ages ago that we saw the Austrian through.
Well, not ages, but maybe about 4 minutes ago.
Yeah. It just feels like a lot's happened since then. So the gap for Gustav Bergman, 2 minutes then, just slightly slower than Regborn. Let's have a comparison then with Bergman's route in here.
I've seen him when he was running just past control 14 there in the picture. You can see Bonek with a big advantage here. Ahead of Basse, Riedeveld and Bergman. Bergman maybe going a bit high up in the slope there towards control 9. But soon I think we're gonna get Kibbutz to the finish. This is Surilainen first.
Yes.
I think Kibbutz is not too far off, but let's take him to the finish. Looks very quick here still.
Yeah, Surilainen was so impressed with his uphill running, and he was only 9 seconds slower when he came through that point, but he's not going to beat that time in of Basse, dropping a bit here by half a minute approximately. Into second place though for Topi Surilainen. Very, very calm, very composed look for him. But the next athlete we're going to look out for is Matthias Kibbutz.
Be here at any second.
Yeah, because he started just 2 minutes after Topi Surilainen. And we can see if he can make the new next fastest time. Simon Hector there, just in the top 10. But here he is.
Here's Kibbutz.
Here is Kibbutz, and it's looking very good. Let's check the time here.
Yeah, it's going to be enough to take over the lead from Luca Basse, definitely.
So it's enough for a new lead, but will it be enough to do a match up with all the fast runners behind him? He is the world middle distance champion, and he's going to go into a clear new lead here. Fighting for every second. It's very close amongst these top runners, and he does go into the lead. 37 minutes and 47 seconds.
But, very interesting. Just 2 minutes behind Matthias Kibbutz. We had Albin Riedeveld, and he punched the pre-warning at the exact same time as Matthias Kibbutz.
Oh, it's going to be really close here. I thought there would be much bigger gaps in this terrain, but really they're so,
I mean, wait
close.
for Bonek, but still.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, Bonek is running really well.
We haven't had Fosser to the second TV control either.
Oh, Kibbutz came like down and then up and over.
This is
Interesting.
Oyano, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. He was 113 down at the first TV control, and probably about the same or maybe slightly more at this next one as well.
Could be quite the same.
His pace looks good again up here. Good climbing, very steady. And so if we remember then Kibbutz and Bonek was a whole minute quicker than Kibbutz here, who just seen through into the new leading time.
And Riedeveld, he has to be here within half a minute now. Exactly now, half a minute left for him to be at the last control, so not to the finish.
So let's look then, let's add Bonek into this mix.
See that here Riedeveld has actually an advantage over Kibbutz at control 7 still. But of course, I mean, that's quite early into the competition. Here is Riedeveld.
What's it going to be then for Albin Riedeveld?
It's going to be good enough.
I think this is going to be good enough. It's going to be a few seconds in it, but Riedeveld is smashing this last part of the course. I want to see the route choice as well, but he has done really well to take a new leading time, and here goes 6 seconds quicker than Kibbutz. He's very, very happy with that. The European middle distance champion into a new leading time, 37:41. Absolutely delighted with that race, and strong in all parts of the course here. So we're counting down the runners now. Not many left to go. One of them is this man, Kasper Fosser. What can the Norwegian do? But he is down. He's not going to be as quick as Riedeveld.
Not as quick as Bonek. Looks very good for the Austrian.
Yeah, it will be a similar time to Kibbutz. So, plus 104. With Joey Haddon, Ruslan Glibov are the other two still to come through this point. Although we know Joey was about a minute down at the first TV split. Let's look at Fosser. Oh, so Fosser was ahead.
Looked good here, then did a mistake at control 8. Quite a big one, actually. Must have been a minute almost.
I think it might have been even more than that. Because he was ahead of Riedefeld. Maybe a bit slow into there as well.
That's it's getting more and more interesting. We're waiting for Bonek. He has about exactly 2 minutes left to get to the finish. That's Joey Hadon.
It is on his way to the 14th control.
Yes, indeed.
Source of route choice misses for him. Spooling these extra steps of climb here. You can see these tracks have become quite precarious.
So Bonek now 1 minute left to make it to the finish. We're counting down.
We really are counting down.
Seems as if he has lost a little. No, he was 35 seconds ahead, but he is!
He's already here! Jonas Bonek into the finish!
And that's going to be the first World Cup victory for Jonas Bonek.
I think you're right. He's had an absolutely amazing course round here, and this could well be the win here for Jonas Bonek.
It's going to be the win.
It must be the win.
Of course, we have Foster out there.
Yeah,
he has
Foster
good
was
speed.
A minute behind,
but he has good speed.
Yeah, he does, but can he catch up over a minute?
Just
Jonas
don't want
Bonek.
to count him out yet.
No, we want to wait until everybody is back home, moving into 6th. But Jonas Bonek with over a 30-second lead there. He was one of the big surprises of the World Champs, taking a bronze medal in the middle distance. And the amount of work, the amount of effort he put in, he's been able to transfer that that great form, that great shape across to this very, very different terrain. And that's incredible. He must be so full of confidence from that medal, and I mean, to upgrade that to a win here today.
So different kind of terrains he performed well in now. Just in great shape, Jonas Bonek, and you can see it here. There's no problems at all towards the finish.
Oh, Magnus Daly walking out of the forest. Oh, that does look like an injury for me. A small limp there. So shame for Magnus Daly, who has quit this race. Walking let's see where he lost it. So he's still through to 6. Whether it was a fall or a pull or something there. Yeah, and he's like, no, that's it. You have to end the race there.
You can see it's quite a distance to get back if you're injured, and it's raining and it's not too warm either. But I guess the temperature and the weather is not his biggest concern at the moment. We're waiting soon for Gustav Bergman to the finish as well. Punched the pre-warning, 6th position.
So those standings then at the finish, with Jonas Bonek in the lead, the Austrian. 2nd place for Albin Riedefeld, 3rd place for Matthias Kibert, 4th for Luca Bassi. And I think it's looking really, really good for the win there for Jonas Bonek. I think everybody else was over a minute behind for me, and he should be very confident with that.
So that's the leader and probably the winner, and that's Ruslan Glebov.
So Ruslan Glebov climbing up to split 2, but before then I think we should hear from current 2nd place. Then we should hear from Albin Riedefeld.
Albin Riedefeld, it looks right now as a 2nd place today. How does that feel?
Yeah, very good. It was a very good technical race. I really had respect for the task and tried to take the correct routes and be really careful in the orienteering, and I did what I planned to, so I'm really satisfied.
You didn't have any time loss out there?
I think it's really hard to say. You never know about the routes, so I was hesitating quite a lot in some places, but I think I took what I thought was good route choices all the way.
And the terrain, the sandstone terrain, you don't run into that every day. How did you succeed in that, you think?
I think it's really magnificent. It's like the best orienteering you can do. We did quite a lot before Hook 2 years ago, so I felt like I knew what to expect and how to manage it, so I think it was quite fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Gustav Bergman into the picture now, racing for a 6th spot. Looks like he will just push Daniel Hubman out of the way there. Top 6 at the moment for Gustav Bergman. Remember, I've written down his route choice of Control 2 not being that great, and ultimately more than 2 minutes off the pace of Jonas Bonek. Then after his run today, he will rest up ready for the long distance again. So that's another one off the list with Magne Daly retired. We've got 4 more runners yet to come into the finish. We're looking for Olli Ojenho, Kasper Foster, Joey Hadorn and Ruslan Glibov. Ruslan Glibov we saw outside of the top 20, I think there we just saw in the picture.
But 2 minutes behind Gustav, we had Magne Daly, and we know that he won't come to the finish. So we have to wait a bit for Olli Ojenho and Kasper Foster. Here the replay.
Yeah, let's look at this
interesting
final part at the end.
It's such a pity that we don't have the route is there.
We will get it eventually once it kind of uploads to the system. It's Sara Hagström just checking all the routes here.
I think that's Kalle Dahlin, the Swedish coach. Yes, indeed. Former European champion in the long distance as well.
Samozřejmě, a já se začíná také plnit, protože třetí závod na Czech Tour je přeci zkušení start 0-0 přesně za 45 minut, 16 hodinou nám závodníci začnou a pomalu vybíhat do třetí skalna.
Can see the Austrian team there, quite happy. Wonder why.
They absolutely should be.
Of course, for a team like Austria, it's very... I mean, it's so good to have one runner in the team that has that level in order to... Then you can see in every training, you will see what's needed in order to perform at the very top, and you will be able to compare with one of the very best, and that helps really in developing a team. So I think for the Austrian Orienteering Federation, that's a very, very good thing to have now.
Yeah, and just for Austrian club runners as well, like celebrating that success and having that inspire lots of juniors as well, that they know that they can come from Austria and put in the training to be able to succeed on this kind of top competition, world-class competition. It's a big deal.
Here's Ojenho.
Yep. Ojenho gonna round the barriers here, and you can see more than a minute though. It's going to be outside the top 3, but more proof of Ojenho's kind of consistency throughout different types of terrain. Still very young runner, and will be the fastest Finn, just ahead of Sirulainen, into 5th place there. Already just looking at his map, getting the readout. Okay, and we're still waiting for some more runners into the finish, but let's get a short reaction then from Jonas Bonek right after he finished his course.
Feel? Yeah. I mean, I think we have to wait till everyone's in the finish. I have no idea how the others are doing, but race was very good, and yeah, I'm happy.
And what have you been doing to get in this shape, reaching for the top shelf these weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I've been training hard and a lot during the winter, and yeah, I felt like I'm working towards the right direction and feels good, yeah.
Thank you, congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay, Kasper Fosser's here. He's racing for a medal position then. He's not going to take the win here today. He's going to be slower than Riederfelt, but will he go slightly quicker than Kibberts? It's going to be really close here. I don't think he's going to be quick enough.
Just outside the top 3.
Just a matter of seconds, and Kasper Fosser into 4th. He had a very quick last part of the race then. You know, he took some time back on the likes of Jonas, but it was not enough for me. There was a mistake at number 8 where he was dropping down the slope, pulled up too soon. I think I lost a whole minute on there. It would have been the win.
Yeah, it would have been, or it would have been very close at least. Definitely the decisive moment for Kasper Fosser down to control 8. Well, it's always difficult with those downhill controls when you have them at the crack, because you come from a boat, you don't see the crack because you don't see the crack because it's in the slope, and then you definitely don't see the control. So if you don't really know, if you don't exactly know if you're too far to the right or too far to the left of the control, then it's hard to know where you should look at you can see it here. Dropping down, I mean, you could get those cracks there as a help.
And I think there was a control in there as well.
Yeah, from the women's course. I think it was so close, but I think he lost about a minute, definitely.
Yeah, because he was ahead.
And not the best direction out from control 8 either. Can see it there. Bit shaky to control 9. But at this point, he was still very close to Kibberts, at least. So definitely still had the chance for a top 3. And that means we only have 2 runners left. We wait for Joey Hadon and Ruslan Glibov. Don't get the times from Hadon into the system. So hard to say how it's going for him. But he should be here very soon if he wants to beat Fosser or any other of the top 3.
Yeah, so we can wait for him.
You can see all of the top 4 runners decided to go around. Here he is.
Here's Joey Hadon.
They're about the time.
Yeah, he's just looking everywhere. No. Not going to be quick enough for a top 3 here today. Lost some time, I think, again in the last stages.
But a good run anyway.
Yeah.
Gonna finish in the top
just
10
out the top
at least.
6, yeah. Always pushing hard on the last few meters, but it will be 7th for Joey Hadon. So we saw from the pictures that Ruslan Glibov was much too far behind, so I'm pretty sure we can see that top 6. Yeah, Glibov is far too far behind. We can take that as our top 6, and we can take that as a win for Austria.
Well, the first one for many, many years.
Well, I was going to say, yes, it still is a surprise win for Austria. I mean, we know he had the potential, but he kind of, Jonas Bonek was talking about how good his preparations were, and the test races that he had for the World Champs were good, but to pull it off and to win a course like this on such different terrain.
For me, the biggest surprise is, I mean, he had so much focus towards the World Championships, and for me, the biggest surprise is he reached his goal at the World Championships, and usually when you had such an effort in order to get there, you kind of drop down a bit afterwards. You get into this post walk or any, I mean, you know it from anything we are focusing on very much. You get in this post event depression, and well, yeah, look at this depression. Yes, it's just not existing. He came back and just proved that it was no coincidence. Kind of, well, next time definitely we will have him on the list as one of the favorites for the mid distance again, already tomorrow maybe for the long distance.
Yeah, we've got to count him in.
With a performance like this in this terrain, sandstone terrain, he showed that it's that he can handle that. So definitely.
Well, maybe that's some motivation for him. He's got to show it's not a fluke. It's not. You know, it's not just chance. It's because he's so good.
To see a different route choice to the first control of those three, but I mean, usually it's hard for a runner who kind of reaches his goal at the big championship. That's the first time on the podium. Then show that it wasn't just a coincidence, or that it wasn't just that kind of terrain. It's a process over several seasons, or even weeks, months, seasons. It's not easy that you do it just in the race afterwards, but yeah, very good performance. You can see it here, very well executed to 7 as well. Didn't go all the way up to control 12 as many others. Then here, good in the downhill. You can see that compared to the others, I think he was a few seconds faster there. No hesitation to 9 either. Strong in the climbs. None of the runners here with really big, maybe it's a bit of hesitation into control 12. Here you can see that actually Riedefeld's quite close. Kibbutz still quite far behind Riedefeld at this point. He must have had a good finish. Then, as we've seen before, all 3 of them going around the hill here in order to save a bit of the climbing. And then here in the end you can see that Kibbutz gets closer and closer to Riedefeld. And then unfortunately we lost Riedefeld's GPS here because they punched number 20 at the same time. So I guess that Riedefeld's route over the hill, I guess that he went over the hill, was faster compared to Kibbutz's route.
And I'm here with Jonas. Congratulations, Yannick, World Cup winner. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. I'm very happy.
And was it a perfect race for you?
Yeah, it was close to perfect, I would say. Maybe just some small second losses, but no, actually it was really, really good, and I'm very happy.
And what was your strategy here in the sandstone terrain?
Yeah, we just discussed it yesterday with the team, and I just said I'll do control after control and actually just go with my instincts. Probably I didn't have a real strategy for every control, but just take one after another and then decide for each one how to go.
And were you aware that you were maybe on your way to a win out there while you were running? Did you feel like this is going really good?
I mean, I felt good in the uphills, and of course I knew I hit the controls, but in the end you don't have that much time to think how it's really going, and there's so many strong guys, so it's hard to it's hard to know if it's how far up you will be.
And you had a bronze just a few weeks ago in Switzerland at the World Champs, now a first place here at the World Cup. What have you been doing this season to take that step up?
Yeah, I mean, I would say isn't just this season. I've been working hard the past few years, and this winter training went really well, and it's great that it works out.
And how have you been preparing for the World Cup just after WOC, having this success and preparing for WOC, and then just a few weeks after, successful again at the World Cup?
Yeah, well, actually, I took a week off after WOC, basically no training, and then I got sick, so there was one more week without training. So actually, I just it was my first fast session since WOC today. So just the past few days doing some trainings here in the sandstone terrain. I skipped the sprints because of the sickness, and paid off.
And there's a long distance tomorrow. Should we look out for you again there?
We'll see. I hope so, but I hope I recover well.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Wow, 1 week off after WOC, 1 week sick, and then you pull out a performance like that. And he says it's not just this season that's gone into that.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
years.
you can't build up a shape like this over just one season. You have to have the base for it. But I mean, it's like when you're in great shape and you're resting for 1 or 2 weeks, you don't lose the shape that quickly. Maybe you even win a bit compared to the ones that keep on training. he will feel those 2 weeks break in about 2 or 3 weeks, I guess. But well, at the moment it paid off, and great instincts. If you can go without any clear tactics, strategy into a race like this and just win it by instinct, then that's very impressive.
Incredibly impressive. Right, we're going to have our 2 flower ceremonies now. If we can remember back to the women's race, and first time on the World Cup podium for Sanne Fast. A really good performance from her to take the bronze medal.
In the second place. And
it was another silver medal, another second place here for Simona Aebersold. A few really small time losses, but again, showing her all-round orienteering strength. But of course, the win today, it wasn't quite a perfect race, but I think it's a course that suited Tove Alexandersson's physical prowess very well, those climbs, and she said she just took things very carefully. It absolutely paid off, and those are the top 3 then. Tove Alexandersson, Simona Aebersold and Sanne Fast. And they go into tomorrow's long distance. They'll try and repeat it again on another, I'm sure, technically demanding and physically tough course as well. Those are the top 3. And I'm pretty sure we're going to move straight on to the men's flower ceremony as well. Yep, here they are. It's great to see so much of a crowd who's come out in the rain today. It's been raining all day. We've got quite a few spectator races going on as well. Wouldn't have mattered too much for the athletes heading out into this really beautiful sandstone terrain. Hopefully they'll have had some time to appreciate it. I think Albin Riedefeld said it was his favorite terrain. But the winner today, Jonas Bonek. So we will award the flowers then. Medal ceremony, of course, take place slightly later. And once again, I think the Austrian team making a lot of noise. So these are the top 3 in the men's competition.
In the third place. And the bronze medal position, representing
so it was a 3rd place here for Matthias Kiberts. Yet another podium spot.
In the 2nd place, silver medal position.
Silver medal today goes to Sweden and to Albin Riedefeld, European middle distance champion. Very, very satisfied with his performance today. Felt technically really strong. He really could tell he enjoyed this a lot. But the winner today, he upgraded his bronze medal at the World Championships to take the win today. The win for Austria and Jonas Bonek. What a great performance for him. And saying he took the controls one by one, playing with his instincts, and he's managed to keep such a good shape up from those World Championships just a couple of weeks ago. And I think we've got to start naming him amongst the favourites now, because 2 very, very good performances this season. Fantastic stuff for him. That's the top 3 then, and top 3 for the women. It's been a fun set of races, lots of technically challenging, both kind of route choice and micro route choice legs, and some kind of small misses at controls as well. And now we move on tomorrow to our long distance, a different challenge from the same arena. It's going to be a really fantastic one. I'm sure we will see lots of route choices, lots of climb as well. We know nearly 1 kilometre of climb for the men's course. We already know that one, and now these athletes will have to rest up and recover as much as they can, ready for the grueling long distance that will end this World Cup round 2. But thank you so much for watching. As I said, we hope you enjoyed this middle distance race, and we will be back tomorrow with all the action from the long distance race. We will see you there.
See you then.
For his first ever